All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Tachi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you.
For the record, all the accused are present in the court today. Before the witness is brought in, the panel would like to address a few housekeeping issues. First, the panel, having considered the Veseli defense request, would like to amend the briefing schedule for Rule 143 for the Rule 143 tender for W01453. The panel orders the SPO to file its submissions on admission by Monday, 11 November 2024. The defense is ordered to respond by Wednesday, 13 November 2024, and no reply will be entertained. This concludes the first oral order. Second, the panel will issue its ruling in relation to 1D00204 MFI. The panel will not admit 1D00204 MFI into evidence. Excuse me. The responsibility to assess the credibility of a witness and the reliability of his evidence is exclusively that of this panel, and any assessment of demeanor that might be relevant to the evaluation will be made by the panel, not another court. Also, the relevant parts of the Limai judgment have been put to the witness, and he commented upon those in the course of his cross-examination of W01453. The panel further reiterates that it is not bound by evidentiary findings made by other trial chambers. The panel therefore denies the admission of 1D00204 into evidence. And this concludes the second oral order. Third, the panel will issue an order in relation to filing F02692 on 1 November 2024. On November 1, 2024, the Krsnici defense requested reclassification of its filing F02316 as public. On November 4, 2024, the SPO filed its response objecting to such reclassification. The panel notes that on 5 November 2024, the Krsnici defense filed a public redacted version of F02316. Therefore, the panel dismisses as moot the Krsnici's defense request for reclassification in filing F02692. This concludes the third oral order. We will now continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness 4153. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. President, I have a housekeeping matter to address.
Well, can I finish reading what I read
Sure.
here? We will now continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness for W01453. All right, now.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the conclusion of the session yesterday, I was informed by the Madam Court Officer that with respect to the exhibit that was admitted as 1D00214, which was a page from General Jackson's book, the standard practice has been to also include the cover page of the book. So I'm tendering the cover page to be added to 1D00214, which is page SPOE 0021256 from the full ERN range of SPOE 0021256 to 002126992. Thank you.
No objection.
To the cover page, no.
SPI. SPOE 0021256 being the cover page is admitted and added to D000214.
Thank you, Your Honor. That page will be added to 1D00214. Classification is public. Thank you.
All right, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. First of all, I note for the record that Duty Counsel Mr. Hodai is present in the courtroom.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, witness. Good morning, counsel. Witness, I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand, and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided you on Monday by the panel are still applicable, and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. We are ready to continue now with the cross-examination by Mr. I'm sorry, are you finished?
Yes, Mr.
All right,
President.
all right. We will start with the Vesely defense. Please give Mr. Dixon, Mr. Dixon, are you handling the cross?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Please give Mr. Dixon
thank you,
your
Honor.
attention.
Good morning, Mr. Bhuya. My name is Rodney Dixon. I'm the counsel for Mr. Kadri Vesely. I'm going to ask you some questions now.
Good morning.
Now, Mr. Bhuya, yesterday you gave testimony about 2 brigades in your zone, the 161 Brigade and the 162 Brigade. You explained that the 161 was situated in the area of Stime and Ferazai, and the 162 was in the area of Kachanik. Is that right?
Yes.
You also gave evidence that those brigades were forming in October, and then that continued into November and December, that process of forming the brigades. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can I ask you about that process that you indicated was taking about 3 months or so? There were a number of difficulties that you encountered, isn't that right, informing the brigades so that they were combat ready?
There were difficulties, and the formation of the brigades was a process which continued up until the end of the war.
Can you assist us with what were the difficulties in summary that you faced at that time?
Well, there was lack of professional personnel. There was also a considerable lack of military materials, as well as a lack of placing units in homes. So there were plenty of obstacles.
And when you say there was a lack of professional personnel, do you mean that persons were not trained to be in a brigade and fight? Many people had never ever used a weapon before. Is that right?
Yes, because for quite a long time there was no military service. So the majority of people who wanted to join the KLA and came over to join the KLA were untrained, and they didn't even know how to use weapons.
And it's also right, isn't it, that in the period before this, before October, you had faced a number of Serb offences in your area in August and September.
There was a Serb offensive in the surroundings of Jezert's village, and it was quite a strong offensive.
You mentioned Mr. Agrem Bayrami, a close friend of yours who had helped you form the organization early on. Was he one of the people who was affected by that offensive and killed in August of 1998?
Agim Bayrami was killed in Kaçanik in 1998, indeed in August.
Now, those areas where the brigades were, the 161 and 162, 161 is further north, 162 is further south, closer to the Macedonian border. Is that right?
Yes.
You said in your evidence that it took some time to travel between those areas, roughly 2 nights. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it took some time to cover a short distance. Is it right that there were a lot of difficulties in being able to get from one brigade area to another within your zone?
Yes, because the circumstances were very difficult. It was wartime, and we didn't have the control of the entire territory.
There's a road that connects those areas. Were you not able to use that road at the time?
No, the road was not used. We used mountain tracks.
Was it that you didn't use the road and instead went over the mountains?
Well, because the roads were under the control of the Serbian police and army.
Now, you also said in your testimony that it was during this time, October, November, December 1998, that you were looking to form the zone structure. Is that right?
Yes, it was a process which continued.
I just want to clarify the chronology from there going forward. You were in the zone in January, but it's right, isn't it, that you left for Albania and going abroad in February 1999?
Nuk më kujtohet data.
I cannot remember the exact date, but approximately it was the end of February or March.
And you came back, you said, just to clarify the dates as far as you can remember, just at the beginning of the NATO bombing, which was late March 1999. You came back in from abroad, back into your zone then. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
So you were definitely in your zone in January, throughout January, when the Ratchak massacre took place.
Po kam qenë në zonë.
Yes, I was in my zone at the time.
Okay, I want to now ask you, Mr. Bouya, some questions about the intelligence sector in your zone. You gave evidence when you started your testimony that a Mr. Elmi Rechetsa was appointed as the head of the intelligence sector in your zone. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
And it's correct, isn't it, that he was appointed into that position by you in December of 1998. Is that right?
Parafërsisht në
Approximately in December, but yes, he was appointed by me.
And do you recall that you, in fact, telephoned him when you appointed him? He was abroad. You phoned him to ask him to come back to head up the intelligence sector.
nuk më kujtohet.
I do not remember this exactly, but I know that he was in Albania for some time.
And he returned, do you remember this? He returned in January 1999, the second half of January 1999, to take up his post in the intelligence sector.
E di që në janar
I know that he was in the zone command in January and he was in his post.
Thank you. So you say you appointed him. It's correct, therefore, that no one from the general staff appointed him into that position.
jo se kanë.
No, they didn't.
And Mr. Kadri Vasili, therefore, did not appoint him into that position. You did.
Nuk ka pas mundësi.
No, Kadri Vasili could not have appointed him because I was the zone commander.
Now, it's right, isn't it, that before Mr. Rechetsa was appointed, there was no intelligence person at the zone level, in your zone?
Jo s'ka pas.
No, there wasn't, because it was in October, November that we started the consolidation of the command of the Naradim operational zone.
So you had never had any intelligence structure in your zone before that?
Jo nuk ka pas.
No, we did not.
And in the brigades that I mentioned, the 161 and 162 brigades, there were no intelligence units in those brigades, were there?
Jo deri në
No, up until their formation there wasn't.
And when they were formed, as you said, in October, November, December, was there anyone appointed in the brigade to deal with intelligence in either of the brigades then, or did that come later?
nuk e di.
I I do not know the exact moment, but each brigade commander who was appointed was tasked to establish these sectors, and I think that it was by December that all of these sectors of the brigades that operated in my zone were established.
Those sectors were appointed by the brigade commanders, respectively. Is that right?
Yes, in consultation with the chief of zone staff, as per the zone commanders. So, interpreters note, brigade commanders, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I just want to ask you a few more questions, if I may, Mr. Buya, about Mr. Rechetza. You had known him from before the war, is that right? He's somebody that you knew and trusted, and that's why you asked him to come back and to be in the intelligence sector.
We were in prison together, so we were in Serbian prison with Mr. Rechetza.
And is it right that he worked for an NGO called the Council for Defense of Human Rights and Freedoms, the CDHRF, in Kosovo?
Yes, he did work for the Council for the Defense of Human Rights and Freedoms.
And that's an NGO that looks into alleged abuses against civilians, isn't it?
Yes.
And he was in that council up until the start of the war, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, when he came back, you've said he was in post in January of 1999. It's right, isn't it, that he had no resources to work with in order to fulfill his role as an intelligence officer?
He had very few resources, if any at all.
It was really just him in the intelligence sector. There was no one else. Is that right?
Yes, to start off with, it was just him.
In January, February, March, those months it was just him.
I cannot remember whether he was on his own for 3 months, but I know that to start off with, he was the only appointee in the intelligence counterintelligence section.
A specific office, an intelligence office to deal with these tasks, did he?
Could you please repeat the question, please? I didn't quite understand.
To make it clearly, he didn't have any office assigned to him to fulfill his tasks as an intelligence officer, did he?
Mostly at the time, he worked to structure his sector because he needed to select the people that would populate the sector.
But you were all really together in one place, one office that you had to share to make do with the circumstances that you faced. Isn't that right?
Yes. In the beginning of the zone command, we were placed at a home, and that's where our office was.
And also, it's right, isn't it, that you didn't have the luxury of sitting in your office and commanding from there. You all had to go out onto the front line and fight. You yourself and Mr. Rechetza had to go out and participate in the combat.
Yes, that's correct. I directly took part in all the fighting, every combat effort that was made at the time.
and Mr. Rechetza as well, he had to be involved in the actual fighting. Isn't that right?
Po, gjithë
Yes, the whole of the Zone Command took part in the fighting.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the information that Mr. Rechetza was able to gather as an intelligence officer appointed by you. Do you recall him reporting to you information that he had gathered?
në periudhë
Later on, yes.
When you say later on, could you help us with what the dates are, as far as you can recall?
po periudha mund
Well, it could be after February, because at that time there was a better consolidation of the intelligence counterintelligence section.
And it's right, isn't it, that he was, from that time onwards, providing information to you as far as he could gather it about Serb positions, where Serb forces were located, and such matters?
po kjo ka qenë
Yes, this was the task of intelligence counterintelligence.
It's right, isn't it, that it wasn't his task, as assigned by you, to gather information about potential collaborators or civilians who might have been assisting Serb forces?
kjo nuk ka qenë det
This was not the task of the intelligence sector.
And the reports that he gave to you about Serb positions, were those written? Was it possible to do that? Or were they oral? Do you remember?
shumica e raport
The majority of the reports were oral ones, but there were cases when we could have reported in writing when there was a major movement of Serb forces.
And that information that he was giving to you, it was coming to you in your position as the zone commander. Is that right?
po ishte
Yes, it was his duty to report to the chief of staff and the zone commander.
So it was for your use in the zone in order to assist your operations and defense.
sigurisht
Oh, absolutely.
Wasn't information that you were passing on to anyone in the general staff, was it?
jo si
No. In terms of reports, no, we didn't pass those on.
And Mr. Rechetza wasn't himself cutting past you and reporting to anyone in the general staff, was he?
nuk ka qenë det
It was not his duty to report to the general staff.
Now, you mentioned in your testimony finding out in April or May, you said roughly that Mr. Kadri was a member of the general staff. He had been part of the general staff and was the director of intelligence. Do you remember giving that evidence?
po
Yes, I do.
It's correct, isn't it, that Mr. Vasily in that role never gave you any orders in the zone?
jo
No, he didn't give me any orders.
And he didn't give any orders to Mr. Rechetza either, did he?
jo se
No, because Mr. Rechiza was part of the zone command of the Narodima operational zone.
And that was both in the periods we've been discussing, 1998, and in these months in the beginning of 1999. That applies to both of those periods. That's right, isn't it?
Ishim të folë për natë.
We were referring to 1999, but in 1998 there was no such operational structure of intelligence or counterintelligence in the Narodima operational zone.
Now, you did explain yesterday that Mr. Vasili came to your zone. You gave the dates of roughly May, beginning of June, to stay there in your zone. You remember that evidence for those following? That's at page 21988, line 18 onwards.
Po, më kujtohet.
Yes, I do recall.
And it's right, isn't it, that this was the time in which the organizing of the provisional government for Kosovo post the Rambouillet agreement was being discussed?
Po, e vërtet është.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall that at that time, May, June onwards, that Mr. Vasili was at that stage the Minister of Kosovo Intelligence Service? He'd been appointed into that position at that time.
Nëse nuk gaboj, ka qenë
If I'm not wrong, this information was made public in May, meaning the ministers appointed in the provisional government of Kosovo.
When Mr. Vasili was in your zone, that he had by then been appointed as the Minister of the Kosovo Intelligence Service.
po.
Correct.
And that by then he was no longer a member of the general staff while he was there in your zone, but he was acting in his capacity as the minister. Do you recall that?
Po, më kujtohet.
Yes, I recall. The provisional government became a civilian organization.
You gave some evidence as well about a meeting that Mr. Vasili attended when he was in your zone. You said, and I just wanted to clarify this, that you weren't able to participate in that meeting. Is that right?
Në takimet asaj kohe shtabi për
I did not attend the meetings of the general staff or the meetings of the provisional government because I was not a member or part of those two.
Yes, you said that you were there to arrange the security and related matters. So is it right that you didn't participate in any of the discussions and you don't know what those discussions were about?
po, është
Correct.
Do you recall also in your testimony giving evidence about a meeting that you attended for the anniversary of the Albanian Prison League on the 10th of June 1999, where you said that Mr. Vasili spoke to those gathered there? You were shown a BBC article about it. That's P 526 for those following.
Po.
Yes.
When Mr. Vasili spoke there, do you recall that he spoke in his capacity as the minister, one of the ministers of the new provisional government?
Kjo nuk më kujtohet.
I do not recall this, but he spoke as a high-level political figure.
Thank you. Just a few final matters, Mr. Buya, and then I'll conclude. You were shown some internal disciplinary regulations by the prosecution, and you said those were within your zone from roughly January 1999.
Po.
Yes, that's what I said.
It's right, isn't it, that the intelligence sector, Mr. Rechetza, that we've been talking about, it wasn't his responsibility to implement those disciplinary rules in any way?
Nuk ka qenë detyrë e zbulimit.
Correct. This was not a task of the intelligence and counterintelligence sector. This was a task of the military police and the commander of the brigade.
The intelligence sector had no responsibility for conducting any investigations into disciplinary matters. That's right, isn't it?
Po e drejtë është.
That's right.
And you mentioned the military police. You also gave evidence about that unit that was formed. It's correct that the intelligence sector also had no involvement in the work of the military police.
Sektori i zbulim kundër
The intelligence and counterintelligence sector was within the zone command. The military police instead, or the company of the military police, was a special unit that reported directly to the zone commander.
Yes, that's correct, isn't it, that they were separate sectors. The military police was one sector, and intelligence and counterintelligence was a separate, different sector. Is that right?
Policia ushtarake.
The military police was a special unit, and the sector was a special sector.
Police became a battalion of the military police over time, a specific battalion. Isn't that right?
Po.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Buya. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Roberts?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Alagendra, your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Buya. I am Venkateshwari Alagendra, and I'm counsel for Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. Your Honors, just for planning purposes, I don't think I'll be more than an hour.
We will take the 10-minute break at 10 o'clock.
Mr. Buya, on Tuesday, you testified that Jakub Krasniqi was known by the civilian population because he was a former political prisoner, was part of the LDK structures, and was recognized as a competent and smart person politically. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
aware that Jakub Krasniqi was a long-time political prisoner and a long-time political activist and political prisoner for 10 years, between 1981 to 1991. You're aware of that, am I correct?
Po.
Correct.
Activities, he was affiliated with the LDK before the war, wasn't he?
Po.
Correct.
That Jakub Krasniqi was never a member of the LPK. Am I correct?
Unë s'poko nuk e di që ka...
At least not to my knowledge.
Anyone suggested that Jakub Krasniqi had always been a member of the LDK. That would not be correct, would it? LPK, sorry.
Edhe një herë të lutem.
Could you please repeat the question?
If anyone had suggested that Jakub Krasniqi had always been a member of the LPK, that would not be correct, would it?
Jo, sepse...
No, because he was publicly a member of the LDK.
On Wednesday, you mentioned that Badal Mamouti was a member of the presidency of the LPK. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
A representative of the KLA, didn't he?
Po, është e vërtet.
That's correct.
I have 4D00088 on the screen, please. Right, and if we could go to page DJK01052, that would be the second page, please. Right. And in the middle of the page, Badal Mamouti says, Jakub Krasniqi was a distinguished patriot who had spent over 10 years in Serbian prisons, a professor who enjoyed the reputation of an exemplary teacher and an intellectual with uncontested support throughout Kosovo. That's correct, isn't it, witness, that Jakub Krasniqi had earned a reputation with the civilian population, also as a history professor and an exemplary teacher?
That's correct.
And in the third paragraph on the screen, Mr. Mamouti explains that the first topic raised by the US diplomats was the ideological and religious viewpoints of the KLA and the relationships between the LPK and the KLA. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
To read the next two paragraphs, please. You've read it, Mr. Buya? Thank you.
Yes.
It's clearly, doesn't he, that Jakub Krasniqi had never been a member of the LPK, but rather a member of the LDK. He says that in that article, doesn't he?
Exactly.
That's correct.
Point that appointing Jakub Krasniqi from the LDK as spokesperson was advantageous precisely because it showed the KLA wasn't just about the LPK, but to show unity. Do you agree?
Po, pajton.
Yes, I do.
The next page, please. If I can draw your attention to the first paragraph, Mr. Bhuya. But Mamouti is stressing here that the LPK's will was to unite all Albanians for the liberation of the country, regardless of class, ideological, party, religious, or regional differences. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
Standing at the time. And the LPK statute that Mr. Misetic showed you yesterday, isn't it?
Po, kjo është.
Yes. This is part of the statute of the LPK, which I was a member of.
Choice of Jakub Krasniqi, an LDK figure, as the KLA spokesperson was a strong sign that the KLA was an organization without any political affiliation to any party. Correct?
Ja, e saktë është.
Correct. But at the time, I waited impatiently for Jakub Krasniqi to be appointed spokesperson of the KLA, because he was an extraordinary man with exceptional skills, and his appointment was warmly welcomed by the civilian population.
I'd like to now move on to the relation between your brother Rambuya and Mr. Krasniqi before the war. Now, your brother Ram was also imprisoned by the Serbian regime before the war, wasn't he?
Po.
Yes.
A year, your brother was detained together with Mr. Krasniqi in the prison of Novi Sad in Serbia, wasn't he?
Ka qenë I dënuar me.
He was sentenced to 8 years of imprisonment, and he served a part of his time in prison together with Uncle Jakub.
They even shared a cell at one point, didn't they?
Po.
Yes.
Released from prison in January 1990?
Po, është e vërtetë.
That's correct.
When Mr. Krasniqi was released from prison in 1991, a year later, your brother Rambuya and his family visited Jakub Krasniqi at his home in Negrots. Am I correct?
Këtë nuk mund ta di se.
I do not know this because I was in the prison in Niš.
Yes, but that's a relationship you knew, that your brother would visit Mr. Krasniqi in Negrots and Mr. Krasniqi's family would visit your family. Am I correct?
Po,
Yes, we had good family relations. In particular, the former political prisoners had a close relationship, Jakub and Ram, that is because they had gone through this ordeal together in the Serb prison.
Relationship built on mutual trust between yourselves and Mr. Krasniqi, am I correct?
Sigurisht.
Yes.
Now, on Tuesday, you've said that you met Mr. Krasniqi in June or July 1998 when he gave an interview in his capacity as the spokesperson. When he gave his first interview, that's what you've said, in his capacity as spokesman for the Kosovo Liberation Army. Do you recall saying that?
Po.
Yes.
Read to you a passage from your ICTY testimony in the Limai case, where you testified that after the first public appearance of Jakub Krasniqi, you insisted on meeting the KLA spokesperson, and in fact you met him around the 20th of June 1998. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
With the public announcement of Mr. Krasniqi as the spokesperson on the 14th of June 1998, is it right that you assumed he was a member of the General Staff?
Po, dolja publike.
His public appearance as a spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army led us to think and understand that he was a member of the General Staff.
A member of the General Staff who was publicly known, correct?
Po.
Correct.
As a spokesperson, Mr. Krasniqi was known by his first and last name, not with any pseudonym or alias. Am I correct?
Exact.
Correct.
Publicly broadcasted, wasn't it?
Po.
Correct.
5 testimony, you said that it was a great danger for a member of the General Staff to make his name and face public, as he would immediately become a target of the Serb forces. Do you recall saying that?
Po.
Yes.
Po.
Yes.
For that reason, that nearly everyone used nicknames to protect themselves and their families. At a time when Jakub Krasniqi was known by his first and last name and by face, correct?
Po, exact.
That's correct.
It's true, isn't it, that Mr. Krasniqi was a known political figure in the Drenica area, and people knew where he came from and where his family were?
Po, është e vërtet.
That is correct.
With me that this not only put Jakub Krasniqi to grave security risks, it also put that of his wife and children, parents, the whole family in danger, didn't it?
Po, është e saktë.
That's correct.
As the only public figure in the KLA, it was not safe for Jakub Krasniqi to be based in a single place. So he moved around to different places for security reasons. Would you agree with that?
Po, ka lëvizur bukur.
Yes, he moved quite a lot.
Your previous statements about Mr. Krasniqi. On the 8th of March 2005, you told the ICTY in the Limai case that Jakub Krasniqi did not have an operational role and did not deal with operational matters. Is that still your evidence today?
Po, zot.
Yes, the spokesperson was the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and it would make no sense to involve that person with operational matters.
Right, and you told the panel yesterday, and this is at page 20 of the provisional transcript for reference, that when you contacted Jakub Krasniqi after his public appearance, you did so because you assumed that he would report further to the KLA General Staff. Do you remember saying that?
Kam thënë se
I said that he was the only public person from the General Staff and the only person to contact at the General Staff. So we informed Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, hoping that that information would then be conveyed to the General Staff.
And you've described his role in that period of time as one of a mediator or a liaison. Am I correct?
He was the spokesperson. He was the only person we could contact, and we did not have any other means or possibilities to contact the general staff.
So you'll agree with me that in this capacity, his role was only to pass messages and information. You were aware at the time that he did not make any operational decisions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is consistent with the role of the spokesperson in any army, which is to deal with the press and engage in talks with official representatives and diplomats, not dealing with military or operational matters. You agree?
Correct.
Now, you also told the ICTY that Jakub Prisnici never transmitted any message whenever there was fighting and the units on the ground needed to coordinate. Is that still your evidence today?
Yes.
Who was giving you instructions on these kinds of issues? And your answer was Azim Sula, who you then discovered was the general commander of the KLA, and Sokol Bashota, who was engaged in organization. You were also shown this passage by the prosecution on Tuesday. Is that still your evidence today?
Yes.
Wednesday, Mr. Misetic, you told Mr. Misetic that you were not aware that Sokol Bashota and Azim Sula was Azim Sula's deputy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm going to call up a document, Your Honors. Would you like to take the break now instead?
We'll give you a 10-minute break, witness, and we'll come back to the courtroom at 10 minutes after the hour. You may leave the courtroom now. Please don't speak to anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom. We're adjourned until 10:10.
Rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. Witness, we continue with the questions from Ms. Alagendra. Please give her your attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could have on screen P00847 at page 3 of the PDF, please. Which is the relevant part? Yes. Witness, if you could take a moment to look at the first column on your left in the middle. This is an interview given by Azim Sula to Zeri Kosovas. And it refers to where he's asked the question, when was the KLA's General Staff created and who were its first members? Do you see that? I think scroll down on the Albanian version, please. Yeah, it's there on the left. Do you see that?
Interpreter's note, we cannot find this extract in English.
Yes, I do.
Page 3 of the PDF, please. Yeah. It's there in the middle of the English translation. Yes, you've seen it, Mr. Bouya?
Paul.
Yes, I do.
Sula is recorded here as saying that after the events of 1997, we were forced to divide the duties. So my deputy, Sokol Bashota, was placed at the head of the General Staff, who carried out both duties until the period between the two meetings in Rambouillet. Do you see that?
Paul.
Yes, I do.
Agree with me that Azim Sula would know best who his deputy commander was. Am I correct?
Of course, Azim Sula could say this best, because I did not know these matters at the time.
Right. But it is consistent with what you've said at the ICTY that Azim Sula and Sokol Bashota were engaged in operational activities, such as coordination with unit commanders like yourself to set up supply routes in 1998 through early 1999, correct?
Yes, it must be that way.
Now, in July 1998, in addition to Sokol Bashota and Azim Sula, another person who had operational responsibilities in the KLA was Bislam Zarapi, wasn't he?
If I'm not wrong, it was the end of July, beginning of August, when Bislam Zarapi had the role of Chief of Staff.
Right. And as you told the panel yesterday, Jakub Krasniqi's role as a liaison only lasted for this short period of time because in August 1998, you were told that further contacts with the General Staff had to go through Bislam Zarapi, not the spokesperson, correct?
Paul.
Yes.
And you've told us yesterday that you're aware of Mr. Zarapi's testimony here So you'll agree with me that Mr. Zarapi told this court that upon the instructions of Sokol Bashota, he was visiting, assisting, and instructing local commanders throughout Kosovo as early as in May, June 1998. You would not dispute that, would you?
I do not know about this. However, I know that they met at the end of July or beginning of August. I met the Chief of Staff, Muslim Zarapi.
And if Mr. Zarapi has said that, you wouldn't dispute it, would you? He would know what he's doing best.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not an appropriate question for this witness.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Zarapi also confirmed that he became the head of operations in the KLA in July 1998. And in this capacity, he continued to travel around different zones and local staff to meet local commanders and assist them with organization. You would not dispute that, would you?
No, I do not dispute that.
He has also confirmed that the local commanders turned to him for guidance and instructions on issues of structure, organization, and other military issues. That would be the period you say you knew Bism Zarapi was part of the general staff, correct?
Yes, the zone commanders addressed the Chief of Staff, actually. This is what it was like.
And when it comes to Mr. Krasniqi, witness, you'll agree with me that you can only speak of the contact that you had with Mr. Krasniqi and not that of other commanders in June and July of 1998, correct?
I can speak about myself, but I do not know what contacts there were between others.
Now, turning to your evidence on the contact that you had with Mr. Krasniqi after you met him in June 1998. Now, on Tuesday, you told us that you did not have phones at the time. So, would you agree with me that any contact that you had with Mr. Krasniqi at the time was in person when you met him?
Yes.
And that also depended pretty much on circumstances allowing you to meet him at the time. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
You said that in July 1998, you met Mr. Krasniqi on one occasion in the village of Yavo?
Yes.
You were then together with Mr. Krasniqi on another occasion when you visited displaced civilians in the Shala Gorge. Do you recall speaking about that? When you say Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Tachi were there as well.
Yes, I remember.
You were then asked by the prosecution whether you recalled any other instance in which you met Mr. Krasniqi in June and July 1998, and your evidence is that you could not recall any. So I'd just like to confirm that in June and July 1998, you only had very limited contact with Mr. Krasniqi. Would that be correct?
I met Mr. Krasniqi in June when he first appeared as a spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and I remember the second time in the Shala Gorge when we went to see the civilian population.
Right. And during your testimony in the Limai case, and also yesterday, you discussed an incident when your brother was stopped in June or July of 1998 at what you defined to be a stopping place. Do you remember discussing this incident?
Po.
Yes.
The question was Rambuya, am I correct?
Po.
Yes.
Now, yesterday you told the panel that when your brother was stopped, he was on his way to Negrots to meet with Mr. Krasniqi, and that's at pages 8 to 9, lines 20 onwards of the transcript of 6 November. Do you remember saying that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
To read what you said to the ICTY, because it's slightly different from what you told the panel yesterday. Can we have on screen, please, IT 0306 T4002 to 4087 at page 4033. In English, it would be page 33 of the PDF, please. And the Albanian reference is IT 0366, 9th March 2005, part 2, page 2, lines 5 to 21, please.
For the record, Your Honor, this is MFI P01821.
P? 181. Yes. Just let me know. Is that the right page? Yes. So I'm going to read from line 7 in the English version. This is what you've said. I can give you many examples, but another example that I remember very well is that of my brother. He also went to that territory and soldiers stopped him and they detained him for some time, 1 or 2 hours, I think. And after my arrival there, I too started to suspect what he was saying, namely that he wanted to meet Jakub Krasniqi in Negrot. I was suspicious of how my brother, my own brother, could know where Jakub Krasniqi was, where I personally didn't know that he was in Negrot. My brother lived and worked in Pristina, and for me, it didn't make sense that he knew about Jakub Krasniqi's whereabouts. After my brother insisted that he didn't know that Jakub Krasniqi was in Negrot, but that he was born in that place, and probably he could find some information from his family as to his whereabouts. Now, that is then. Do you recall saying that, Mr. Buya?
Po.
Yes.
To Negrot to meet with Mr. Krasniqi, he was going there to search or get information about Mr. Krasniqi's whereabouts. Do you agree?
Po, kështu ka qenë.
Yes, that's what it was like.
And you or your brother did not know the whereabouts of Mr. Krasniqi at the time, but believed he could have been in the grots, or at least his family would know his whereabouts. Am I correct?
Vllau im beson të
My brother believed that he could find information from his family in Negrot, but neither Mr. Rambuya nor I knew the whereabouts of Jakub Krasniqi, and that was why he was stopped. That's Mr. Rambuya was stopped for some hours.
But you'll agree with me that Mr. Krasniqi was moving around all the time, since his name and face was public. It was not easy for anyone in the KLA to meet or communicate with him. And there was heavy fighting going on in July 1998. Am I correct?
Your Honor, those matters are entirely unrelated. It's not clear what the witness is supposed to answer. There's about 3 clauses there.
It is a compound question. If you could
I'll
please
break
shorten
it up,
it up.
Your Honor. Now, because Mr. Krasniqi was known by his name and his face, he was at risk, correct?
Yes, of course he was at risk.
And because of that, he was moving around, correct?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
There was heavy fighting going on, correct?
Yes, correct.
Around Negrot, yes?
It was an entire line of assault from Tsaralik Gorge to Lapushnik.
Right. So it made it very difficult for anyone in the KLA to meet and communicate with each other at the time, correct?
Yes, it was difficult.
Right. Now, turning to the content of conversations you've had with Mr. Krasniqi at the time, now you've told us earlier that there was a family relationship with Mr. Krasniqi before the war, yes?
Yes.
On those few occasions that you've told us, in June and July 1998, those were conversations among family friends, correct?
Yes, we did have many family-related conversations.
Issues that you were going through as equals who were doing their best in the KLA despite difficult circumstances, yes?
Yes, that's what it was like at the time.
You were not informing Mr. Krasniqi of arrests, detentions, or maltreatment of individuals. Am I correct?
No. I didn't stop or maltreat anyone, so I had no reason to inform Mr. Krasniqi of those.
Right. I'd like to move now to your appointment, as you say, as commander of the Narodima zone. You told the ICTY that you were informed by Mr. Krasniqi that the General Staff had appointed you in this position. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
Clarify, if that conversation did take place with Mr. Krasniqi, you're aware that it was not Mr. Krasniqi that was appointing you, he was just communicating something to you, am I correct?
Mr. Krasniqi was the spokesperson and the only person of the Kosovo Liberation Army who was a public figure, and communications of any appointments or instructions, it could have been through Mr. Krasniqi.
Right. But it's not the role of the spokesperson to be appointing commanders, am I correct?
That's correct.
Now, you've already said at the ICTY that when you entered Kosovo in March 1998, you began to help develop and coordinate the area stretching from Lipjan to Ferizaj and Kaçanik. Yes?
Yes, I acted in that territory.
June, that was your main activity, correct?
Yes.
And eventually all these locations ended up being part of the Narodima subzone. Yes?
Other than Libyan, which was not part of the Neredim operational zone, the part of Petreshtic, Kroimir, Kushtitz, guerrilla zones, and Shar.
Right. If we could have on screen 039769 03 TRET, please. In English, and the Albanian version is 03976903, page 8. The English would be page 9, please. Could go down to lines 13 to 21 in the English, please, and lines 4 to 17 in the Albanian. I'll read it to you, Mr. Buya. You're recorded as saying, at that time, I was coordinator of the 3 zones, Kachinik, Ferizah, and Shtim, with the commanders, and at that time, I also organized the activities within KLA. And due to this, I became commander of the subzone because initially Neredima zone was a subzone. Do you remember saying that?
Oh.
Yes.
So you'll agree with me that yours was not an appointment as such. It was merely a formalization of the work that you had been carrying out in these areas for over 3 months, correct?
Yes, that it could be stated that way.
Right. And you told the ICTY in 2003 that when you were told about the formalization of this appointment, everything was still undefined. And I quote, everything was undefined, it was unclear. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And yesterday you confirmed that at the time you were only informed about the appointment but did not know what would be the staff and the territory under your responsibility. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So, simply put, you were told that there was an idea to divide Kosovo into subzones, and that due to your previous work in the area between Lipjan and Kachinik, you were going to be assigned to this territory, but no other details were provided to you, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you told the ICTY that after your appointment to the subzone command, you received instructions from Azim Sula and Sokol Bashota, who were involved in the organization of the KLA. Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall this, but I certainly received instructions from Azim Sula.
From August 1998, you were receiving instructions from Bism Zarapi, yes?
At the end of July and then in August, most probably, yes, from the Chief of Staff.
And instructions on the organization of the command in the subzone and functioning of the units. Am I correct?
Yes.
And so we understand you correctly, Mr. Buya, what Mr. Krasniqi communicated to you is that you were going to be assigned to Neredima zone But after that, Sokol Bashota, Azim Sula, and Bislan Zarapi were the ones who you were dealing with. Yes?
I don't know about Sokol Bashota, but I'll say Azim Sula and Bislim Zerabi.
Whenever there was an opportunity to report on your progress in organization, it was to these people that you were reporting to. Am I correct? Or updating?
This was a period of time when in the middle of August I traveled to Albania and was not part of the development or further expansion of the subzone in Nerodime during this time.
I'm clear. Thanks. I'd like to now move on to the group of people on the tractor that you encountered in the village of Kroime around the 23rd or 24th of July. (1998). Now, you spoke of this encounter in 2003, 2005, and here before this court yesterday. Do you recall?
I didn't quite understand the question.
I was speaking about an encounter of a group of individuals in a tractor in the village of Kroime around the 23rd or 24th of July 1998.
Yes.
Now, in your 2003 statement at the ICTY, you've said there was a Serbian offensive going on at the time, and it was a state of total chaos. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Was fleeing at the time, yes?
Yes.
Saw a tractor with some men going in the direction of the plain right below Kroime, where you knew a number of Serbian forces were stationed. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And in your assessment, given the ongoing offensive, it was extremely dangerous for civilians to go in that direction. Yes?
Yes. It was dangerous for all civilians.
And you warned the people in the tractor that there were Serb forces in that direction, but they insisted to proceed, and you let them proceed in that direction of the plane, correct?
Correct.
Now, after you let them go, you were very concerned, were you not, that by allowing them to proceed in that direction where Serb forces were stationed, you had in fact allowed them to go into dangerous territory as they could be harmed by the Serbs. Yes?
Yes, I said this yesterday as well.
You then spoke to many people to reassure yourself that what you did was correct. Yes?
Yes.
Is that one of the many persons you spoke to was Mr. Krasniqi? Correct?
Correct.
Conversation with Mr. Krasniqi about the men in the tractor was simply that you felt bad. You did not stop them from going into danger. You did not discuss anything else. Am I correct?
Yes, this was my concern because massacres had been committed earlier, and I was concerned because I had made that decision to allow them to proceed to the plain where the Serb forces were stationed.
I'm going to move to another topic. Mr. Buya, you confirmed earlier today to Mr. Dixon that you returned to Kosovo sometime in March 1999 after the beginning of the NATO bombing, yes?
Yes.
At the end of February 1999, when you were not in Kosovo, the Serbian forces launched a fierce offensive in the area of Kačanik, didn't they?
I didn't understand the question.
I'm talking about the period now at the end of February 1999. I know you're not in Kosovo, but are you aware that the Serbian forces had launched a fierce offensive in the area of Kačanik at the time, in February of 1999?
Yes.
And on the 28th of February, there was a Serbian attack on Puset Nikes, wasn't there?
I don't recall the exact date, but there were attacks in Puštenik and the villages in Kačanik area.
And this offensive then continued on 8 March 1999. The Serbian forces entered the village of Ivaja, didn't they?
Yes, that's correct.
If you could have on screen IT 0587.1 P01029 and page 52 of the PDF, please. The RN would be 0352539. It would be page 52 in both the English and Albanian versions. Yes. So witness, this is a document by OSCE and KVM describing the events of early March 1999 in the area of Kačanik. Now, you will see a map of Kačanik and a number of boxes around it with the date 8th of March 1999.
Yes.
It says at 9:05 hours, KLA reported that VJ MUP attacked the village of Straza and shelled the village of Ivaja. At 1400 hours, Straza was reported burning. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, boxes 1 to 4 on the screen describe the fighting, and then at box number 5 on the left side, it continues. At 16:12 hours, fighting dying down in the Kačanik area, verification of actual fighting was not possible as VJ MUP have blocked access to these areas. You'll agree with me, Mr. Buya, that what this document is saying is that it was impossible to access the area of Kachinik at this time. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Now, focusing on the map on the screen, do you see at the bottom right corner a listing of symbols for large columns, road closed, and major firing targets? On the bottom right.
Po.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's clear. Now, if we look at the map, we see that there were columns of Serbian military vehicles on the road going from Kachinik to the border with Macedonia, correct?
Po.
Correct.
And looking at the firing targets, we see that there was shelling in Kachinik, Gaira, Ivaja, Straza, Globo, Chicha, and Pusetinikes. Yes?
Po, më sa po e shoh.
Yes, from what I see, Gaira as well.
If we look now at the roads that were closed, we see that the road between Bob, Gaira, and Ivaja had been closed by the Serbian forces. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Also, the roads from Pusetinikes, or the border going towards Ivaja, had been closed, according to this map. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
It was completely isolated. Nobody could go in or out. Is that right?
Po e sa.
That's right.
Were under constant shelling, weren't they?
Po, para se të
Yes. They would first shell the target, and then this would be followed by deployment of ground troops.
If you could now go to page 035 25246, please. It's page 55 of the PDF. Now, this is a report about the events of 9th March 1999. And the report says this: the VJ MUP operation to clear KLA from the General Jankovic area continues. KVM patrols were initially blocked from proceeding to the affected villages. MUP VJ forces then followed their pattern of surrounding local villages and forcing the inhabitants to flee through the use of direct and indirect fire. By mid-afternoon, houses were burning in Gaira, Ivaja, Straza, and Alil Mahala. MUP units appeared intent on destroying these villages. That's what the document says. Would you agree with that?
Po, kështu ka qenë.
Yes, that's right.
And if we could now go to page 56 of the PDF, and that's 035 250. Yes. Now we see another map of Kachinik on the screen, Mr. Buya, with boxes describing the events of 9th March 1999. Do you see that on the boxes?
Po.
Yes.
Boxes on the left, the VJ MUP are still denying access to the area of the fighting for security reasons. Yes?
Po.
Yes. This is how the Yugoslav army operated.
according to box 3, villagers are fleeing combat in all directions, yes?
Yes, they left to the mountains.
Over 500 villagers are displaced in the area between Bob and Ivaya, and many others are trapped in the woods, yes?
Yes.
4, while this is happening, houses are burning in Ivaya and Gaira, yes?
Objection, Your Honor. This line of questioning has gone on for a while. Could we have the counsel explain the relevance in line with Your Honor's prior instructions on this kind of topic, please?
Yes. What is the relevance of this?
Your Honor, this is around the period when the crimes are alleged to be committed. And we're trying to establish what the situation was at the time, according to this report.
I think you have.
All right. I seek to tender the document then, Your Honor. All 3 pages that have been referred. Can we tender the whole document? Yeah, so the pages are page 52, 55, and 56 of the PDF, please.
Any objection?
No.
IT 0587.1P01029 at page 52, 55, and 56 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those pages will receive exhibit number 4D00096. And if the counsel can clarify classification, because Albanian translation is classified as public while English translation is classified as confidential. English original, I mean.
It should be reclassified as public. All of it should be reclassified as public.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buya. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandra. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. I could start now and continue after the break, or I could do it after the break as you wish.
Go ahead and start now.
And we can take the document on the screen down first. Witness, yesterday, and I'm referring to page 22080, line 24, to page 22081, line 4, in the real time, that's page 69, lines 14 to 19, you were asked and answered as follows during cross-examination. Question: and you traveled down to Albania with Hashim Taci, amongst others, correct? Answer: yes, that's correct. Question: you did not know him to be a member of the general staff or main staff at that time, correct? Answer: no, at the time the LPK had a liaison sector. Witness: who was involved in the LPK liaison sector?
The LPK license sector, there was Javid Khaliti, Ali Ahmeti, and Emrush Jemali, if I remember correctly.
And what was the role of the sector and the people that you just mentioned?
I do not know exactly, but I know that we entered Kosovo through this sector.
What do you mean when you say you entered to Kosovo through this sector?
This sector was responsible and in charge of organizing our entry in Kosovo. Transportation, the itinerary followed to enter Kosovo, and related matters.
Earlier today, and I'm referring to page 12, line 9 to page 13, line 18 of today's transcript, you were asked about Elmira Chika and his reporting, and then you were asked and you answered as follows. Question. And that information that he was giving to you, it was coming to you in your position as the zone commander. Is that right? Answer. Yes. It was his duty to report to the Chief of Staff and the zone commander. Question. So it was for your use in the zone in order to assist your operations and defense? Answer. Absolutely. Question. There wasn't information that you were passing on to anyone in the general staff, was it? Answer. No. In terms of reports, no. We didn't pass those on. So you testified earlier that you didn't pass at least intelligence reports to the KLA general staff. Did you receive reports from the KLA's intelligence service?
To my recollection, we didn't.
I'd like to show the witness a prior statement pursuant to Rule 1432 B and C.
Yes, go ahead.
And I'd like to call up SITF 00-23748-00223844, and we'll go from page SITF 00223787, lines 10 to 19. And in Albanian, this is IT 0254 2002-0606, Part 2, TR80, page 7, lines 9 to 20. And witness, as this is being called up, what I'm going to read to you is a question and an answer from your testimony in 2002 in the Milosevic trial. Thank you. So I will read the question and the answer, and then I have a question for you. Judge May asks, did you get anywhere near Ratchak in that attack? And you answer, no, because from the report from my deputy commander, there was very heavy fire. And according to the reports from the KLA's intelligence service, there were large police forces attacking in that direction. And according to their information, there were about 600 infantrymen that were defending the positions that the Serbian forces had secured. So it was very difficult to advance. And I issued another order to remain where we were and to protect the Luzak Gorge, which was of vital importance for the unit, as I explained yesterday, and of vital importance to the zone. Witness, how did you learn the content of reports from the KLA's intelligence service that you mentioned in this answer?
I explained this. The intelligence and counterintelligence service of the Nerodime operational zone had to report on troop movement and deployment, danger posed by the Serb forces. Now, here it's referred to as the intelligence service. However, I received the reports from my intelligence and counterintelligence that there were troop movements of Serb forces. So I was referring to the intelligence and counterintelligence service within the zone that I commanded.
As we looked at just a moment ago, earlier today, you testified you did not pass intelligence reports to the KLA General Staff. Did you pass reports to the KLA General Staff on any other matters?
Paul.
Yes, I reported at a later stage These were reports, summary reports sent to the Chief of Staff on combat operations and actions, needs, shortage of weapons or ammunition, and other logistical matters.
Certainly.
We have a half-hour break right now. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher, and we'll see you back here at 11:30.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in. Mr. Paci may continue your re-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's a document on the screen that can be taken down. Witness, just before the break, I asked you and you answered as follows. Question. And as we looked at just a moment ago, earlier today you testified you did not pass intelligence reports to the KLA General Staff. Did you pass report to the KLA General Staff on any other matters? And you answered, yes, I reported at a later stage. These were reports, summary reports sent to the Chief of Staff on combat operations and actions, needs, a shortage of weapons and ammunition, and other logistical matters. So in your answer just before the break, you mentioned reporting on combat operations and actions. Did that include information on enemy positions?
Yes. At the time, other than the reports at the Chief of Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, we also informed the observer teams because Serbian forces would be positioned in certain places and the whole Brug-Milosevic agreement would be violated, and this is the context in which the brigades were involved.
And to be clear, other than informing the observer teams about the enemy positions, was that information also included in your reports to the Chief of the General Staff? Sorry, say more accurately, to the Chief of Staff of the General Staff?
Given the reports that would get to me from the brigades, from the various sections, I would prepare a summary for the Chief of Staff. And these reports were primarily sent via satellite telephone because it was difficult to meet in person.
Do you recall having reported in writing to anyone in the KLA General Staff about matters related to the zone?
Primarily, it was with the Chief of Staff.
And was that also in writing or only orally?
I cannot remember if I ever sent a report in writing, but the reports in writing, or rather not in writing, were done so via the telephone, even if we couldn't send something in writing.
And to your recollection, when did you start to provide these summary reports as you've described them?
Could you please repeat the question? I didn't quite understand it.
You mentioned that you said at a later stage you would send summary reports to the Chief of Staff. When is this later stage that you're referring to?
If I'm not wrong, at some stage, end of January of 1999.
And in terms of written reports, if you sent any, do you recall when that would have been to the Chief of Staff or to anyone else in the General Staff?
To the Chief of Staff, because the duty of the zone commanders was to report to the Chief of Staff. But I do not recall any reports in writing when we started doing that, or if we ever had the possibility to submit those in writing.
I'd like to call up P00228 alongside P00228ET, and that's from the presentation queue released in relation to the redirect examination. Thank you. Now witness, on the left in Albanian and on the right in English, there is a document, and as you can see at the top of the document, it refers to the Kosovo Liberation Army, General Staff, Operative Directorate, and then there's a number G3/33-19 on 28/12/1998. Below that we see report on the statements of the commanders of the KLA-OZ addressed to Deputy Commander of the KLA General Staff. And if we could briefly go to the last page in both documents, please. And here we see a signature beneath the reference to Chief of Staff of the KLA General Staff, Colonel Bislim Zerapi, and the stamp or the seal of the KLA. And then if we could go back to the first page, please. So as we can see in the top part of this document, just below what I read out earlier, it says the following. on the basis of the order requiring statements number 82-1/111 of 11/12/1998, addressed to the operative zone commanders. The reporting in question was carried out on 20/12/1998. Having analyzed the written statements of the OZ commanders of Dukagin, Pastrik, Neradim, Shala, and Lap, and then the document goes on. So, witness, as you can see here, we have a reference to a written statement submitted, amongst others, by the OZ commander of Neradim, and that would have been on 20 December 1998. Does this refresh your recollection in terms of having submitted any written statements?
I do not recall this, but it is possible that I may have sent one.
We can take this document down. And witness, earlier today, you were, during the cross-examination by the counsel for Mr. Krasniqi, you were taken to a prior statement, and that's for today's transcript, page 35, line 22, to page 36, line 14, and I'm going to take you to the prior statement again, and then I have some questions. And so, for that purpose, could we please call up 039-769-03-TR-ET, page 9, line 17 to 21. So we'll bring this up, and I will read to you once more the part that was read to you during cross-examination. Yes, and in English, I will read from page 9, lines 17 to 21. I don't have the Albanian to hand, but it's just 2 sentences, and you can hear the interpretation if it's not already on your screen. So this is the answer that you gave in a prior statement that was read to you during cross-examination. At that time, I was coordinator of the 3 zones, Kaçanik, Ferizaj, and Shtime, with the commanders. And at that time, I also organized the activities within KLA. And due to this, I became commander of subzone because initially Neradima zone was a subzone. And earlier today, witness, after this was read to you, you were asked and you answered as follows. Question. So you'll agree with me that yours was not an appointment of such. It was merely a formalization of the work that you'd been carrying out in these areas for over 3 months. Correct? And you answered, yes, it could be stated that way. I'd now like to take you to another excerpt from this same interview, just a few pages earlier, and that is in English, page 5, lines 6 to 16. So witness, this is an answer from the same interview that we were looking at. And here you say as follows. In general, all the decisions have been made through the main headquarters. The main headquarters decided about appointing the commanders. I believe probably was respected based on the political activity and military experience. But this is just at the later stage, when the KLA was finally organized and had good structure. But just at the beginning of the war, in general, it was decided based on the persons who had organized the units, and so on. But at late stage, it was decided by the main headquarters decision based on political activity. He believes so, and military experience. Is your answer there correct?
I do not see any difference in my replies, because Of course, I assumed that the General Staff decided based on my political and military experience. And because I was in that part of the country, I coordinated the activities of the guerrilla units, and based on that, there was a decision for me to be a zone commander. And I said that this decision was passed on to me via the spokesperson.
Thank you, witness. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Pach. Judge Metro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Bouya.
Good morning.
I'd like to follow up on questions that you were asked by both the prosecution and by the defense in relation to your time in Switzerland before the war. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
The thing I would like to know from you, if you can, of course, is do you remember the date in March of 1998 when you left Switzerland for Kosovo?
It was about the 6th to the 7th of March.
You explained, I think, and again, correct me if that understanding is correct, is you left around that time because of the events that were happening between the 5th and the 7th of March 1998 around the Yashari compound. Is that correct?
Yes.
You told us that whilst in Switzerland you were involved with the LPK up to the time when you returned to Kosovo. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, correctly.
Involvement, again, if I understood correctly, started sometimes in 1995.
You are thinking of my involvement in the LPK? So it was the same organization, the LPRK as well as the LPK. There was simply a name change. And my involvement in it was in the 3rd or the 4th. Apologies. It was prior to 1990. It was actually in the 1980s. So my involvement was in 85, 86.
And the problem was my question, sir, not your response. I meant your involvement in Switzerland, or your continued involvement with the LPK in Switzerland started in 1995 when you came to that country, correct?
Yes.
Correctly, that when you lived in Switzerland, you lived in the city of Aargau, in German, Aarau in English. Is that right?
I lived in Komplenz village in Baden, and I was a member of the editorial board in Aargau.
Who else, if you recall, was also living in that part of Switzerland from the LPK?
There was also another member of the editorial board, Haki Morina.
What about Azem Sula? Was he living in that same part of Switzerland at the time?
I do not know about this.
Emrush Gemaili?
Yes, in Switzerland, but not in Aargau.
Did you live nearby?
With Emrush? No.
Ahmeti?
If I'm not wrong, he lived in Lausanne area. I do not know at the time where he lived at the time. Yes, in Switzerland.
Hashim Thaçi?
Yes, Hashim Thaçi lived in Switzerland too.
Abdil Meksid Karaga, aka Jida.
No, I cannot recall him.
Now, would it be fair to say that while you were in Switzerland from 1995 to March of 1998, you would have regular meetings with figures from the LPK, including those that we've been discussed? Is that correct?
We did have meetings, and when this did happen, there were meetings with the aforementioned individuals. But as part of these meetings of the General Council, I can say that Kadri Veseli or Hashim Thaçi were not part of those, but Ali Ahmeti, Emrush Jamaili, Ghafour El-Shani, etc. were.
Would you be able to confirm whether the first ever communique of the KLA was prepared in Switzerland? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Now, while you were in Switzerland, you told us that you were on the board of Zeri Kosoves, and I understood you to say that you were on the board of that publication between 1996 and March 98. Is that right?
Yes, it is. I was a member of the board.
You said earlier, or I understood you to say that Zeri Kosoves is in effect closely associated to the LPK and is in effect an emanation of the LPK. Is that right?
It was the official body of the movement.
And you explain, and again, if my words don't fairly summarize what you said, feel free to edit those, but I understood you to say that the LPK was in effect the political umbrella from which the KLA was created. Does that reflect your account?
As I said, the LPK, by decision of the General Council, was the political support also in terms of propaganda, finances and materials.
Well, I'll cite your words from your statement or record of interview of 28 April 2003 at page 17, I apologize, in the English, where you describe the LPK as the political umbrella or cover for the UÇK. Is that correct?
Yes, it could be put that way, but the decision was to politically support the KLA, but also financially, materially. So at the time, we were the only political entity that supported the KLA, and then later on, support came from other entities. Microphone, please.
And you explained to Mr. Mišetić, and again briefly to myself a moment ago, that the name of the organization, of the political organization, changed from LPRK to LPK, and in fact what was taken out of the name was the letter R, which stood for Republic. Is that right?
Yes.
To suggest that the R in the name of the party was taken on or about 1991, after the Kosovo Assembly had issued a declaration of independence. Would that be correct?
I do not know about this because at the time I was in prison in Serbia.
Now, just a couple of questions on the way the LPK was organized at the time, and of course, again, if you know, is it the case that each country in which the LPK was active, Switzerland, Austria, Germany, and a couple of others, there was a general council of the LPK in that country, is that right?
Yes, there were branches in European countries, and we were the General Council of the LPK, including all of these branches in other countries.
There were also general meetings, wasn't there, of the LPK where members from various countries would gather and meet, and I'm talking of the period before the war, of course.
The General Council met, and the General Council was actually voted in by the delegates in the Assembly. So yes, the General Council did meet.
To suggest that during this General Council meeting, the discussions were about how the LPK would try to achieve its purposes. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Including, as I understand, the possibility of achieving your purposes through military means. Is that right?
Yes, to meet our goals for the political, financial, and material support for the units of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And would it be fair to suggest that this possibility that was being entertained at the time was one of the important distinctions between the LPK and the LDK? Would that be a fair proposition?
Yes, it would.
Now, you've indicated in your SPO interview, and I think you repeated it in court again, that during the pre-war period, so again I'm speaking 96 to March 1998, the KLA Central Staff, as it was known at the time, issued a number of communiques. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, there were public communiques.
Put it in your own words, but would you agree with the suggestion that this was an important vehicle for the Central Staff, as it was known at the time, to communicate its views to external actors, including the general public? Do you agree with that?
Yes, of course.
Among the matters or the circumstances that were outlined in some of these communiques, I think you said it yourself in your SPO interviews, at times the KLA Central Staff would take credit for certain attacks on Serbian or Yugoslav, as it was known, targets, such as police stations. Do you recall that?
Yes, it was precisely that way.
Can the registry please bring up Exhibit P152? And, sir, so that you know what's coming up, this is a communique attributed to the General Staff, Central Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army. It's dated the 19th of October of 1997, and the record suggests that it was published on the 23rd of October of 1997 in Zeri I Kosoves. Do you understand? And I will have the Albanian for you in a second. For the record, the Albanian, I believe, is under a different ARN, different exhibit number. I apologize. It's P269. Apologies. Thank you. Can it be enlarged a little bit for the witness? Thank you. First, sir, can you simply confirm, I think you said it before, that at the time when this communiqué is issued, 23rd of October of 1997, you were a member of the board of editor of Zeri Kosoves. Is that right?
Po.
That's right.
Content for a second. It says in the first two paragraphs, as ordered by General Staff of KLA, serial attacks were carried out on the objects of the police of the Serb aggressor in the first operative zone, respectively in Dukajin, Karadak, and Drenica. And it goes on to say the attack were carried out in these villages, and I'll spare you my reading these names, but do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
All publishing that particular communique at the time?
Me sa më kujtohet.
As far as I can remember, yes.
Can the registry please bring up exhibit P153, please? And it's the same in the Albanian. And as it come up, sir, this document purports to be a communique number 36 from the Kosovo Liberation Army Central Staff. It's dated 15 September 1997 and published 3 days later, 18 September 1997, in Zeri I Kosoves. Now, if you look at the first paragraph in that document, it says that on 11 and 12 September 1997, by decision of the Central Staff, the KLA armed units carried out a synchronized operation throughout the whole first operative zone. The operations were carried out in the subregions of Drenica, Erenik, Pastrik, Dukajini, Karadak, and Lapi. They attacked in a lightning operation the police stations in Glogovts, Kieva, Runik, and a few other places. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
All publishing that particular communique in Zeri in Kosoves in September of 1997?
Besoj që kemi botuar.
I think we published it, but I do not remember all of them.
Fair enough. But would you agree that already in September of 1997 you would have been aware of the existence of a KLA Central Staff? Do you agree with that?
Komunikatat na kanë orë në
We received the communiques to the editorial board of Zeri Kosova through fax, and we considered that the Central Staff is synchronizing the actions. However, we did not know any details about the Central Staff.
Is that you did not know at that time who the members of the Central Staff were in the KLA? Is that your evidence?
Po.
Correct.
Did you know that they were members of the LPK?
Jo nuk.
No.
The KLA was an emanation of the LPK, but you did not realize that the members of the Central Staff were LPK members?
Kështu po them sepse se kam
This is my position because I didn't know.
Asked the people around you, the people with whom you entered Kosovo, who were the members of the central staff?
jo në atë kohë sepse
No. At the time, this was very dangerous.
You were going to join the KLA in March 98 to ask the 14 people or the 29 people you were entering Kosovo with who the members of the central staff were? You never asked that?
jo sepse
No. Because I had learned about these matters in the lesson in my previous time in prison, which is that when one person asks too many questions or asks for too much information, that person can be caught or captured by Serbian forces. Therefore, I was cautious in not asking for too much information.
On your account, when you discovered that all the people that had been around you in Switzerland and entered Kosovo with you, or several of them were members of the KLA general staff, you learned that in the middle of the war. Is that your evidence?
për mua ka qenë pak e habitshme.
It was a little bit of a surprise to me, but not that much, because when I understood who the members of the general staff were, I realized that amongst them there were people who were not members of the LDPK.
Now, one of the things that you had said in your SPO interview, and this time this is P1816.2 MFI at page 31 and 32, you asked about your knowledge of killings by the KLA, and your response was, and I quote, that you knew about it because the UÇK used to take on full responsibility through his communiques about the people that would have been killed. Do you recall saying that?
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I do not recall it. However, this responsibility was taken for these through the communiques, which were public.
Zeri Kosoves publishing some of these communiques while you were on the board?
Po, ne kemi botu.
Yes, we published every communique that arrived at the editorial board through the fax.
See Exhibit P154. And for your benefit, Mr. Buya, this is communique number 42. It's dated the 27th February 1998, so you are still in Switzerland. General Staff of Kosovo Liberation Army, and it's published in Zeri just before you leave Switzerland on 5th March 1998. Now I will start with the first paragraph in that document. It says, on the decision of the KLA Central Staff, armed units undertook a series of attacks against forces of the Serbian police and their collaborators during January and February. Do you agree that this is, again, one of the examples of the Central Staff taking credit for certain attacks on Serbian police targets and their collaborators? Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that, and this was the content of the communiques that we published.
So 2 paragraphs down, it says that on 23rd January 1998, our units carried out an attack on the criminal Desimir Vasic, a close collaborator of Arkan. And then if you look a bit further down, it says that on 13 February 1990, Mustafa Kurti, a collaborator with the occupier, was liquidated, and that on the 19th of February was liquidated at Lushan near Podujeve the criminal Nebojša Svejic, a member of the Serbian police force. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's, you'd agree, one illustration of the type of communiques that you recalled were being published at the time by Zeri, yes?
Yes, we published it.
Look at it's the next paragraph. It says, the communique containing a threat to the Albanian Prime Minister, fabricated by anti-Albanian circles and released in the name of the KLA, is not ours and is invalid. Do you recall the KLA central staff coming out publicly in the form of a communique to deny this particular claim that had been made in a previous document? Do you recall that?
Io spun cuitor.
No, I don't recall it.
Please bring up Exhibit P273, please. Now, for your information, sir, you'll see it in Albanian, but this is, or this purports to be communique number 28. The communique itself is dated 12 January 1997, and it's published in Zeri I Kosoves on 16 January 1997, when you were on the board of editor. The first thing, can we perhaps in the Albanian go to the left, please? And up in the document, please. Thank you. First thing I'd ask you, sir, is do you recognize the person in the picture?
Po.
Yes.
Sir.
Ish udhëhesi
The former leader of the movement before 1981, Yusuf Garbala.
LPRK, LPK, correct?
ka qenë lëvizja.
This was the movement for the Republic of Kosovo in former Yugoslavia. Yeah, something along those lines.
And his name is Yusuf Garbala, correct?
Po, Yusuf Garbala.
Yes, Yusuf Garbala.
He was a founder of Zeri, correct? Zeri Kosoves.
Po, është e vërtet.
That's correct.
Focus in the Albanian on the bottom right-hand corner. Thank you. Under the communique 28. I'd like to read a part of that document for you, starting at the beginning. It says that on 26 December 1996 and 9 January 1997, in the operational zone number 1, armed units carried out 2 assassinations against collaborators of the Serbian occupier in Kosovo. The first assassination was carried out against Faik Belopoja in the village of Besi in Podujeve. His activity was considered extremely dangerous and anti-nationalist. The second assassination was against Malik Sheholi, who was a Serbian Socialist Party SSP member of parliament and an old UDP collaborator. He had taken part in the funeral of the anti-Albanian Serbian criminal Miloš Nikolić, who was executed by our units on 25th October 1996 and had given a commemorative speech on that occasion. The decision to execute them was taken by the KLA central staff after they had been warned earlier to quit their collaboration with the occupier, and in line with KLA central staff decision published in communique number 27. Their execution is a warning to all enemies, collaborators, and nations traitors, especially to those who, under the pretext of being pressured by certain international power centers, may enter deal to sign agreements with the occupier against the national interest. Now, is that again one of the communiques that you recall publishing in Zeri Kosovas while you were a member of the board of editor?
Yes, I think this was published by Zeri Kosovas.
Just for the record, communique number 27, which is mentioned in communique 28, has been admitted as exhibit P269.8. Now, you told us that in March of 1998 you entered Kosovo through Albania, and I understood you to say that there was 15 of you coming from Switzerland, including yourself, and another 15 persons coming from other countries. Did I get that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And focusing for a second on the 15 Swiss, so to say, were you all members of the LPK or linked to the LPK?
I don't know if they were all members of the LPK, but we were 15 persons who knew each other and traveled together to Albania.
And then in that way, among the 15 or the other 14 Swiss that entered with you on that day, do you know of any of them who was not a member of the LPK or whom you knew from your LPK activities?
There was Fatmir Limaj, whom I didn't know whether he was a member of the LPK or not, and somebody else whom I can't remember.
Other than Fatmir Limaj?
I can't seem to remember anyone else now.
Judge Bartok.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. Good afternoon, Mr. Buya.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Buya, earlier today, during your cross-examination by the Veseli defense, you told us the following, and this can be found on pages 9 to 10 of the real-time transcript. I quote, question, now it's right, isn't it, that before Mr. Rechika was appointed, there was no intelligent person at the zone level in your zone? Answer, no, there wasn't, because it was in October, November, that we started the consolidation of the command of the Nerodima operational zone. Question, so you had never had any intelligence structure in your zone before that? Answer, no, we did not. Question, and in the brigades that I mentioned, the 121st and 161st and 162nd Brigades. There were no intelligence units in those brigades, were they there? Answer, no. Up until their formation, there wasn't. Question, and when they were formed, as you said, in October, November, and December, was there anyone appointed in the brigade to deal with intelligence in any of the brigades then? Or did that come later? Answer, I do not know the exact moment, but each brigade commander who was appointed was tasked to establish these sectors, and I think that it was by December that all of these sectors of the brigades that operated in my zone were established. Question, and those sectors were appointed by the brigade commanders respectively. Is that right? Answer, yes, in consolidation with the chief of zone staff as per the zone commanders, end of quote. Mr. Bouya, do you remember saying this earlier this morning?
Yes.
And later, on page 11 of the real-time transcript, you confirmed that it was only Elmi Rechika who was dealing with intelligence in your zone in January, February, and March 1999. You recall that?
Yes.
First question is the following. Who was doing intelligence work in your operational zone before Mr. Rechika was appointed? You said there was no intelligence structure in your operational zone. Does that mean that nobody was doing intelligence work in your operational zone before Mr. Rechika's appointment?
Before Mr. Rechika, we tried to fill this void and do this through the brigades and brigade commanders. As a sector, it started functioning by December or January. However, this was an ongoing process which took quite some time.
Did you also get information about, for example, the positions of the enemy forces, their strength, weaponry from somewhere else, outside your operational zone before Mr. Rechika's appointment, for example, from the General Staff?
From the zone staff, we received intelligence because our soldiers were positioned on high ground and received information as to the Serb forces' movements, their deployment or positioning. And sometime in November, December, we tried to have access and obtain such information because it was also part of our obligation to inform the international partners with respect to the Serb forces' movements that would not fall within the framework of the agreement between Holbrooke and Milosevic.
I'm sorry, Johannes, to interrupt. There was a translation issue which my client was raising, but I understand, if I'm correct, that it has now been corrected on the transcript to say zone staff. So I don't think there's any issue anymore, and I think it was corrected while he was raising it. So,
Are you referring to his answer or
Yes.
to my question? Yeah, I noticed that. Thank you.
So
Thank you, Mr. Vesely.
It has been corrected, and sorry for the interruption.
Thank you.
It appears that Mr. Vesely has another issue.
If I may have a moment so that these matters are clear as the questions go, especially with the translation. Thank you.
Could I suggest that the transcript can be checked
Yes.
in a regular manner, and that way we don't have to hold up the proceedings? I understand words are important and we want to get it right, but I think the proper way to do this is to check it with the translators in the normal course.
Yes, I was going to say that if, as we go through it, the words are translated and double-checked, and that can be done through the questions, and of course I have the opportunity as well to ask questions afterwards. And if there's any matter arising, I'll come back to you on this, but I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Don't know whether it helps, Mr. Dixon, but I have a follow-up question on his answer, so.
Okay, we'll proceed.
Thank you.
We will proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bouya, you just said that, and this is now recorded on the transcript, that just a second. Unfortunately, it just disappeared from my screen. In response to my question whether you got information from somewhere else outside your operational zone before Mr. Rechika's, we are still talking about the time before Mr. Rechika's appointment. For example, I mentioned the general staff, and your answer was, according to the transcript now, from the zone staff we received intelligence because our soldiers were positioned on high ground and so on. My question was explicitly in relation to the general staff, so I repeat my question. Did you get any information before Mr. Rechika's appointment from the general staff about locations, positions, strength, or other military information from or about the enemy?
You're not correct.
No. At the time, we collected information through the units that were within the territory of the brigade.
And what about a different issue? Did you get information about people within your operational zone who were suspected of collaboration with the enemy? And if that happened, who these people were?
In fact, nesse zone nu que
We as a zone did not deal with this responsibility because the rules and regulation we received in the zone did not include this responsibility.
So, is it your evidence that neither before Mr. Rechika's appointment nor afterwards you did not get any information and you were not dealing with information or with collaborators, suspected collaborators in your operational zone?
Paul.
Correct.
And can you explain again, please, why was that not important to you? Information, to have information about collaborators?
To us, it was very important to have information about the military operations of the Serbian police and army. And our obligation was to conduct a frontal war to defend the civilians. Therefore, the information we received was mostly concerning the movements of the Serbian army, in particular in the period of time November, December, January. This information about Serbian forces movements was very important because we informed the international observers in relation to the agreement between Holbrooke and Milosevic.
If you were not dealing with collaborators, who else was dealing with collaborators within the KLA?
I do not know about this, but generally collaborators were together with the Serbian military and police forces, and if they do take part in the fighting, they must have been with them.
Thank you. You also told us earlier today that neither Mr. Rechika nor you had received any orders from the General Staff in relation to intelligence. Is that correct?
No, we simply received a scheme, as in what the command of the zone would look like. And we also had G2 section, which was intelligence and counterintelligence, and for which I decided to appoint Elmir Rechika in charge of.
So it's your statement that you personally did not receive an order from the General Staff in relation to intelligence, right?
We received an order from the General Staff to consolidate the area, the zone command, the establishment of sectors, and it is in the context of this order for the consolidation of command. There was also a part about intelligence and counterintelligence, as was the case for other sectors too.
From that order, you did not receive anything in relation to intelligence from the General Staff? Orders, I mean.
I do not remember having received any orders.
My next question is about whether Mr. Rechika received an order, and my question is, how do you know that Mr. Rechika did not receive an order from the General Staff? How can you be sure that he did not receive an order from the staff?
I was the zone commander, and based on the rules as well as the organigram, the intelligence and counterintelligence sector could have reported to the chief of staff and the zone commander. So based on that organigram, that is what the reporting line was. So I cannot be 100% sure that there might have been a leak, as it were, but these were the rules, and I do not know of any action of Mr. Rechika's which went beyond the command line of the zone.
I understand. And did Mr. Rechika tell you that he never received an order from the General Staff?
I do not know about this. I do not believe so, because the orders should have come through the zone commander.
So you don't believe that Mr. Rechika told you that he received an order or never received an order?
As per the rules, it wasn't his duty to receive such orders, so I do not think that he would have received a direct order from the General Staff.
And I'm hoping for a yes or no from you. Did Mr. Rechika tell you or did he not tell you that he received or never received an order? Did he tell you that he never received an order, yes or no?
No, he never said that.
Thank you. So in other words, you're assuming based on the structure of the operational zone and the General Staff, as you have already said a couple of times now, you only assume that he did not receive an order from the General Staff, but you cannot be sure. Is that your evidence?
Your Honor, if I could rise at this moment, not a translation point, but one of substance, to ask what
Can he first please answer my question? I would be very grateful. If you have an objection, you can, of course, state your objection, but I'm really interested in his answer. But it's complicated to get an answer, a straight answer from this witness, as you may have noticed.
Okay, then I would like to be heard, please.
Yes, of course.
You may answer, witness.
As I said very clearly, we did have a structure and organizational shape, and his duty, according to the organigram, was to report to either the Chief of Staff or the Zone Commander, and the Zone Commander or the Chief of Staff would then have passed the orders on to Rechika.
I'm very sorry, but I have to repeat my question. My question was, I guess, pretty clear, and it called for a yes or no. You only assumed, I repeat my question. My question was, so you only assumed that Mr. Rechika did not get an answer from the General Staff. Is that right, yes or no?
I do not believe that he did, because this was the organogram we had.
So can I take this as a yes, you only assume that? You do not believe that he did receive an order from the General Staff? Yes or no?
Yes, it could be that way.
Thank you.
Mr. Dixon.
Your Honor, just to highlight that in our submission, that this is classic cross-examination of a witness, and if it's there to clarify matters from the bench, which of course the bench is entitled to do, it should be done in an open way, seeking to elicit what the witness is able to give evidence about, and to make comment about it being assumed and that this witness is not giving a straight answer, we submit should not be part of the questioning. The questions can focus on clarifying what the witness is able to say, and he said very clearly what his belief is, and to make comments about whether that belief is right or wrong is not appropriate at this stage in our submission.
I didn't comment anything. I didn't mention any word, but maybe the presiding judge wants to rule upon your objection. If
your objection is improper, it is perfectly all right for him to ask that question in that manner, based upon our rules. So that's the ruling.
I just wanted to raise it for the record, Your Honours. I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your comment. And Mr. Bouya, I have further questions for you. You said earlier today, this morning, that Mr. Rechika did not report to the General Staff, in particular not to Mr. Veseli. Is that correct?
Yes.
Again, and I think I'm entitled to ask that question in an open way, I'm asking you for the basis of your knowledge. How do you know this? How can you be sure that he did not report to Mr. Veseli?
The communication means we had were in the command of zone, in the operational zone, with me. and contact with Mr. Veseli at that time was impossible by the head of intelligence and counterintelligence. Mr. Rechita, head of intelligence counterintelligence, had an office in the zone command, and this makes me believe that he couldn't have reported to somebody else. Also, based on the duties he had, he would have reported to the staff commander and the chief of staff of the zone.
Thank you. And did Mr. Rechika tell you that he had never reported to the general staff, and more specifically to Mr. Veseli? Yes or no?
He didn't tell me anything about this because I never asked him about this.
Thank you. Mr. Buya, during your redirect examination by the SPO, you were asked about your statement in the Milosevic trial in 2002, where you said you received information about the strength of the attacking enemy forces from the KLA's intelligence service. You remember discussing this with the SPO right before the 11 o'clock break?
Yes, I do.
This can be found on pages 47 and 48 of the real-time transcript. And Mr. Buya, you answered on page 48, lines 2 to 3 of the real-time transcript, that you were referring to the intelligence and counterintelligence service within your operational zone. You said the zone that I commanded. Is that right?
Yes.
So you did not mean the Intelligence Directorate or ZKZ at the general staff level, correct? In 2002?
No, at the zone level.
So, just to be clear on that point, you were referring to Mr. Elmi Rechika, who, as you had confirmed earlier today, was the only person dealing with intelligence matters in your operational zone, including in 1999, January to March 1999. Is that right?
Yes, as I said, that initially it was simply Mr. Rechita. He was the one appointed, and he completed his staff in continuous January, February, March, and we also had the other sectors in the context of brigades, and they also acted and were active in the Narodima operational zone in intelligence, counterintelligence, and we received reports about the movements of the troops.
So again, for my understanding, if you meant Mr. Rechika when you testified in the Milosevic trial, why did you testify there that you received information from the KLA's intelligence service? Why didn't you say that you received the information from the intelligence sector within your operational zone or from Mr. Rechika? Why did you say KLA intelligence service?
Well, I really thought that it was inferred that it was about intelligence and counterintelligence in the operational zone I commanded.
Still not clear to me. Why didn't you say intelligence sector within your operational zone? Why did you say KLA, or why were you referring to KLA's intelligence service?
Well, the zone I was commander of, there was the intelligence, counterintelligence of the KLA. So maybe it wasn't stated clearly in the statement that it's about intelligence, counterintelligence of the Narodima operational zone of the KLA.
Thank you. And Mr. Buya, finally, you told us on pages 16 to 17 of the real-time transcript earlier today also during your cross-examination, that in your operational zone, the intelligence and counterintelligence sector and the military police were separate sectors with different responsibilities. Is that correct?
Yes. So I stated that the police was not a sector, but it was a unit or a company at the time.
And was either the military police or the intelligence and or counterintelligence sector responsible for dealing or identifying collaborators?
No, not in my zone.
Did you discuss the issue of collaborators with other KLA members, for example, with members of the KLA General Staff or other zone commanders during the war at all?
During the war, I have already explained that even if I wanted to, I was not in Kosovo for quite a long time, and I cannot have dealt with this matter, and I clarified that in the zone we had neither the means nor the conditions to undertake investigations or to follow people who might have been claimed that was collaborators. That is why we acted simply with the military police based on the regulation, rules of procedure for discipline for the people in uniform.
Thank you. Mr. Bouya, I'm asking you because we have heard in this courtroom from witnesses, including from people that you would call co-fighters, I assume, that foresters, for example, posed a serious threat to the KLA because they provided the enemy with information about KLA positions, so they had to be arrested and interrogated. What do you say to that?
I cannot comment on that because there were words that there was such a thing happening, but I do not know about it.
Is it also your position that foresters posed a threat to the KLA because they could provide the enemy with information about the positions of the KLA?
In actual fact, I do not know of any foresters in my area, in my zone, but I know that we, an army, were organized so that we could protect the forests.
Just to be clear, you didn't have any foresters in your operational zone?
I did not know any myself, but we organized ourselves. We organized our KLA soldiers, and they even had the insignia on their arm, and it was forestry police, PP. So in other words, people who are looking after the forest from illegal logging and so on.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Witness, I want to return to the question of the relationship between the military police and the intelligence and counterintelligence at the zone command level. At page 17 of today's transcript, Mr. Dixon, counsel for Mr. Vaseli, asked you a question. He said, question, and you mentioned the military police. You also gave evidence about that unit that was formed. It's correct that the intelligence sector had no involvement in the work of the military police. Your answer was, the intelligence and counterintelligence was within the zone command. The military police instead, or the company of the military police, was a special unit that reported directly to the zone commander, unquote. I want to stop at that point. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes.
Who is the intelligence, the counterintelligence, the intelligence and counterintelligence commander within the zone command? Is that a reference to Mr. Rechica?
The head of sector, Mr. Rechica, was head of sector. That's what he was called according to the organigram, whereas the commander of the police company was Muslio. So they reported to the chief of staff and zone commander, whereas the military police was not with the sectors, but it was a police company which reported to or was a subordinate, a direct subordinate unit of the zone commander.
The person you're referring to as Muslio, is that the same person as Cherchisi?
Yes, it was Cherchisi.
Was Cherchisi a member of the zone command or not? Yes or no?
No, he was not a member of the zone command. He was the commander of the company.
And why did it make sense from an organizational perspective that the military police commander was not a member of the zone command?
Your Honor, the zone command had the deputy, the chief of staff, as well as the sectors, and it was in the framework of commandship that the zone commander had a subordinate unit, that was the police company, the logistics, as well as the special unit. So these came directly commanded by the zone commander, as was the case with the brigades. Neither the zone command, neither the commander of the police unit or the special unit were part of the staff, of the zone staff.
Member of the zone command.
Mr. Rechica, as head of intelligence counterintelligence, G2 in other words, or second sector, was part of the zone staff.
I want to move to the question of reporting. You're saying that Mr. Rechica reported to you as the zone commander, but you did not clearly state whether he also reported to Mr. Vesely, who was Director of Intelligence and Counterintelligence on the General Staff. Could you clarify your evidence on that point?
Mr. Rechica was in the framework of the zone command, and the sectors responded to the Chief of Staff, who coordinated the sectors, and the Chief of Staff reported to the zone commander. This was the way the command took shape in the Narodim operational zone. According to the organogram we had, Mr. Rechica's obligation was to report to Chief of Staff or the brigade commander.
Gave you either intelligence or counterintelligence information of an extremely urgent nature. How would you get that to the General Staff as quickly as possible?
In reality, Mr. Rechica needed to immediately inform the head of the Chief of Staff, then call me as zone commander, and then at the very first moment that I could, at the earliest moment that I could contact Mr. Zerabi, then I would notify him about a particular danger or the type of information we had.
Intelligence or counterintelligence, you'd only call Mr. Zerabi, you wouldn't call anyone else on the General Staff?
No, this was the military rule towards the end of the war that zone commanders informed directly the Chief of Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Mr. Dixon's question, your answer wasn't entirely responsive. I'll put his question to you again. Is it correct that the intelligence sector also had no involvement in the work of the military police? What's your answer to that question?
The duties of military police were different to those of intelligence, counterintelligence. They were completely different. Also, their reporting line. The military police reported directly to the zone commander, whereas the head of intelligence, counterintelligence sector reported to the Chief of Staff and zone commander. So these were different, and the nature of the action or activity of these two entities was completely different. The intelligence, counterintelligence head of sections task was to obtain information, to find information about the movements of Serb forces, about any risks to the civilian population, whereas military police primarily was involved with the internal actions of KLA soldiers, any infringements to the rules according to the regulation we had at the time.
Is it right that there were both military units and ZKZ units at the brigade level within your zone?
There weren't units, but there was staff in those sectors. So intelligence, counterintelligence became sort of completed later on, but there were people who obtained the information, processed the information before they would go to the zone chief of staff or the zone commander, whereas the military police had a company which was around 80 to 100 soldiers.
Now, given the extremely fluid nature of the conflict at the time, is it correct that there were occasions where the intelligence and counterintelligence staff had to liaise with and coordinate with the military police?
This possibility to coordinate was through the zone commander, not directly between these two sectors, the one with military police, but through the chief of staff and the zone commander, the sector would coordinate itself with the police, military police.
Zone commander ensure that that coordination took place between the ZKZ on the one hand and the military police on the other.
This was one of the duties I had as zone commander. I tried to coordinate the actions of all of the units of the Neredima operational zone, because this was my duty as well as the duty of the chief of staff of the zone.
I'd like to call up one exhibit before the break. It's P00648, which is the internal regulations of the General Staff. Now, I'd just like you to assist us by reading out the words on the first page, please. Could you just read out loud those words into the transcript?
It writes, internal regulation of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
As an administrative matter, Mr. Patch, the English translation doesn't have those words. Perhaps you could submit a revised translation. Now, could we move, please, to page 24 in the Albanian and page 20 in the English? Now, we see here, this is chapter 8. If we can go to the next page, sorry, it reads chapter 7 in the Albanian and chapter 8 in the English. In any event, we can see that it's titled The Military Police and Its Duties. Now, I'd like you to look under paragraph 5, where it says, the military police have the following duties. And if you're still following me, if you can go down to the 7th indent, and under the 7th indent, we see that one of the military police's duties is, quote, to assist and cooperate with the Intelligence Service Directorate in investigating various forms of crime, unquote.
Oh.
So is this
Yes.
You've just been referring to, that the military police had an obligation to assist and cooperate with the intelligence services?
Yes, but the coordination was conducted by the zone commander or the chief of staff. This is how it worked in my zone.
The following page in both languages, and under paragraph 10, just have a read of it there, please, Mr. Witness. It says, the military police should be aware that it must operate wholly in a war situation, and the sense of responsibility should reflect this situation. They should be merciless towards the enemy and towards all those who try to obstruct and sabotage our liberation war, unquote.
So, yes, I see it.
My understanding, therefore, is that the military police were obliged to cooperate with the intelligence services section and also to be absolutely merciless towards those who try to obstruct or sabotage the liberation war. Is that correct?
That's what it says there, but they couldn't have acted without the zone commander or the chief of staff, because they were subordinate to their command. They came under their command.
You, as zone commander, became aware that the military police or the ZKZ had arrested a person where you had credible information to suggest that they were a collaborator. How would you ensure cooperation between those units in the arrest, detention, and interrogation of that person?
In my zone, this thing did not happen because I did not allow the arrest of anyone, because we couldn't undertake investigations. We did not have bodies such as the investigation or a court, and neither did we have the circumstances or conditions to detain any individual that we might have suspected.
After the break, thank you, Mr. Witness.
We'll take the lunch break now. We'll be for an hour and a half. We'll be back in court at 2:30. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony in the courtroom. You may leave the courtroom now. Oops, we are adjourned till 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in. Oh, Mr. Ellis, just, yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ron. Just before the witness came in, I was hoping I might try to clarify a matter related to the last questions that His Honour Judge Gaynor asked, which was about the ERN range beginning with SPOE 00225-106 all the way to 225130. It's my understanding that that larger ERN range has been split into two documents as exhibits. And so there is Exhibit P83, which is the first 4 pages of that document, and which are from the internal, something said to be the internal regulations of the General Staff. And then there is a second exhibit, which is Exhibit P648, which begins at SPOE 225110, and which, in my submission, it's clear from the paper, from the numbering, from the subheadings, is a different document, and bears some resemblance to what's been referred to as the interim regulations. And so when Your Honour Judge Gaynor noted that there was no heading on P648, internal regulations of the General Staff, that's because that part of the document has been admitted as a separate exhibit, and the pages that were put to the witness were from that other exhibit, not from the internal regulations of the General Staff. I hope that's making some sense.
Yes, you may well be absolutely right.
Okay.
And of course, if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to do so. I was not aware of that situation.
Yes.
Now that I have the opportunity, I just wanted to alert the panel that there was a question posed by Judge Mitreau where he quoted from a statement where he said that the LPK was an umbrella, and I'm told that there's a mistranslation because he doesn't say that in the Albanian. So I just wanted to point out that I'm going to ask him to read out in Albanian what it says in the transcript of his evidence.
But he's adopted it now, Mr. Mišetić.
Well, there would be a debate then about whether he was misled. Thank you.
All right, bring the witness in now. Witness, we will continue with questions from the judges. Judge Gaynor has some questions left.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. The next few questions.
Good afternoon.
Your Limai and the KLA General Staff. In your 2001 ICTY statement at page 4, you said that Fatmir Limai, quote, went into the KLA main HQ in November 1998 and remained a member there, unquote. And on the following page, again referring to what it says in English as the KLA main HQ command. You give the names of 7 members of that command, and one of them is listed as, quote, Director of Police Issues, Fatmir Limai, unquote. Do you remember stating that in your 2001 statement, written statement to the ICTY?
I think so, yes.
Just to clarify the record, is the expression KLA main HQ command, is that a reference to the KLA General Staff?
The General Staff, yes.
At the time you gave that statement, that led you to believe that Fatmir Limai was the Director of Police Issues on the General Staff.
If I'm not wrong, at that time, the directors of directorates became public.
And so is it your evidence today that Fatmir Limai was the director of the police on the General Staff?
From what I can remember, but of course it's a long time, but when I've given that statement, I was clearer. So the director of the police directorate in November or December, I cannot remember exactly.
Or December of 1998, correct?
Yes, when he became a member of the General Staff, that's Mr. Limai.
Now, I'd like to ask you to clarify, if you would, a few sentences that you stated in your 28th April 2003 interview with the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICTY, which I understand to be P1816.1 MFI. Now, at this point of the interview, you're talking about the period of time after you cross into Kosovo, and you've arrived at the Drenica area in March 1998. And at this point, you say at page 28, quote, "It was after our arrival in Drenica that Fatmir Limai was assigned to lead our unit," unquote. 2 pages later, on page 30, you say, quote, "We knew that Fatmir Limai was a more competent person in terms of that he knew the terrain better than the others. Fatmir Limai was assigned to coordinate the things in the general headquarters, and my task was to coordinate things with Fatmir," unquote. Later on you say, quote, "If the moment would come of setting up units or other forms of military organizations, I would relate to Fatmir, and then Fatmir to the general headquarters, and then back," unquote. Do you recall saying that to the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICTY?
Yes, I remember having said that to the prosecution. But this was our vision at the outset, which we were unable to implement.
Well, who in your vision was Limai to coordinate with at the General Staff level?
I do not know about this, but the flow which followed later, and it was a lot accelerated, and later on I didn't need to coordinate with Fatmir Limai, because when the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army made his appearance, we were able to contact directly the spokesperson.
Spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to the mid of June and the spokesperson, Mr. Jakub Kresniczy.
Now, at page 3766 of your 4th of March 2005 testimony at the ICTY, I understand that is P1818 MFI, you're speaking about the first part of April 1998. And there you said, quote, I tried to contact Fatmir Limaj so that I could go to Klečka to contact the General Staff through Hasim Thaçi in Drenica to tell them about the organization efforts I was making and the shortage of arms. And you go on, unquote. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes, I remember.
So, could you explain why you would contact Limaj in order to go to see Thaçi in order to coordinate with the General Staff?
Well, that's what I thought at the time, that I could go all the way to Drenica to contact Hasim Thaçi, whom I believed had contacts with the General Staff. This is what I believed at the time. But this did not happen because the situation evolved in a different manner and things accelerated.
The context of your evidence concerned the shortage of arms and setting up units, military units, as I understand. So did you, at that time, understand Mr. Thaçi to have responsibilities relating to the setting up of military units and the ensuring a satisfactory supply of arms?
No, I did not think that Mr. Thaçi had that responsibility, but at the time I thought that it was through Mr. Thaçi that I could contact people who might be competent in the General Staff to supply us with the weapons and uniforms we needed.
Why was Thaçi your point of contact at that time? We're talking about April 1998, in order to coordinate with the rest of the General Staff.
Because I believed at the time that the General Staff's headquarters must be in Drenica, and actually through contacts with Mr. Thaçi, I thought that I could contact the General Staff in Drenica.
I want to move now to the question of communiques which were published by Zeri i Kosoves. Earlier today you said, quote, we published every communique that arrived at the editorial board through the fax, unquote. Now, I want to explore that a little bit. According to the incoming fax numbers, who was sending those communiques to you for publication?
We did not know where these communiques were coming from, but we received them through the fax machine.
The fax when it arrived?
We did not look at that.
Who did you understand, which person did you understand was sending the communiques to you for publication?
Well, at the time, we had a decision of the General Council of the LPK that communiques arriving on behalf of the Central Staff we need to publish. So the newspaper was part of the LPK, and the responsibility of the General Council was to oversee the editorial board and its policies. So what that meant was that we would publish the communiques despite where they would come from and not verify or confirm where they were coming from.
That's precisely the issue I want to explore. Would you agree that from what we've seen, even from the examples we looked at today, the information in those communiques is of an extremely important nature.
I did not understand, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Do you accept that the information and assertions contained in those communiques was extremely important?
Yes, I do.
How could you verify that the person who was sending these communiques to you was in fact sending them on behalf of the KLA General Staff?
Well, in actual fact, we did not verify that.
Enormous risk that you would publish something which might have been sent to you from any one of a number of sources, including opponents of the KLA.
Yes, that risk did exist.
General Staff ever contact you to say that you had published in error a communique which had not been sent by the KLA General Staff?
No, there was no such case.
To say that, as far as you know, all of the communiques published in Zeri Kosovez were genuinely issued by the KLA General Staff.
I cannot know, but there was no such.
Your answer says, I cannot know, but there was no such. Could you complete your answer, please?
I mean denial of those communiques. For them to say that we deny that there was such a communique, say if this had come from, we thought, the General Staff, and then a member of the General Staff to write to us via the fax machine to say that such and such communique is not the General Staff's, but this thing never happened whilst I was at the editorial board.
No such denial ever arrived. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, that's what I said.
Mr. Witness, thank you, Judge Smith.
Any follow-up questions by the SBO?
No, thank you.
Mr. Misitich?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, witness. I have some questions for you, mostly concerning the questions that were posed to you by Judge Matreau. So this may take just a few minutes. Where's the sheet? Just 1 second, Mr. President. Thank you. First, if we could call up on the screen MFI P01816.1, page 17, beginning at line 18 in English, and page 17, beginning at line 16 in the Albanian. Witness, if you could take a look at your answer in Albanian, beginning at line 16. And I would ask you just to read the sentences out until line 20, please. Just read it out in Albanian.
Yes,
Well, that part when I joined the political organization.
Yes.
Yes. So when I joined the political party, or that could be taken as support given to the KLA back then. So it means the LPK was the support or the political and material support. That is how it was defined back then.
Let me turn your attention to some questions about communiques that you were asked by Judge Matro, and now you've been asked by Judge Gaynor. Now, first let's establish there was a KLA on the ground in Kosovo in 1996 and 1997 and early 1998, correct?
Yes.
Members on the ground in Kosovo were members of the LPK, correct?
I do not know about this because back then I did not know everybody. But after the fall of Commander Adem Yashari, we realized that some of the members of the Kosovo Liberation Army are not part of the LPK.
So let me start with a few who were operating on the ground there. You know Commander Remy, correct?
Once again, if you could repeat the question, please.
Rustem Mustafa Remy, correct?
Yes.
What he told the trial chamber or trial panel about his membership in political parties in 1996, 97. This is a transcript page 5713. He said, first he's asked, you were in the LDK youth in 1995, correct? He says, correct. And you left the LDK in 1996 when Adem Demaci formed his party, the PPK, correct? He says, correct.
Excuse me, Mr. Patch.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We object to these questions. I don't recall Judge Mitro asking anything about KLA members in Kosovo in 96, 97, or 98.
Don't believe he did he?
This is related directly to the issue of the communiques. And if I need to establish foundation for the questions that I'm going to ask.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Remy said he was a member of Mr. Demaci's party. And then on transcript page 5723, he said, I personally had conversations with Adem Demaci during 1996 and 1997 about KLA matters. Page 5829, he was asked, were you also a member of the LPK? His answer is no. I exchanged with them, I knew them, but I was not a member of. Were you involved in their activities? Yes, I assisted them continuously as a student and later. Now, Mr. Remy, one second, please. And then he mentioned in his testimony, he says, I was in contact, and this is at 5829 to 5830 of the trial transcript. I was in contact with illegality, and I was involved in its activities since 1986. So I had uninterrupted activity with the LPK until I established contact with the KLA, namely until Zahir Payaziti saw it fit to get me involved with the KLA and open the doors of my destiny, so to say. Now, Zahir Payaziti, are you familiar with him?
According to Remy and contacts with him, we met with Zahir prior to the war.
But you know that he was also a KLA leader in the LAP zone in 1996 and before, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
What Skender Jitia says about Zahir Payaziti's political affiliations in 1996.
Are we going to get to the communiques at some point?
Yes, we are, Mr. President.
Let's move it along.
We're getting
This
there.
is all
No,
irrelevant.
it's actually at the heart of the matter of Judge Mitro's questioning. If we could please call up SPOE 000-55678 to SPOE 000-5608 in both the English and the Albanian, please. Now, if we could go to page SPOE 000-55757, please. And the first paragraph says, among the creators of the ideas and actions for the founding and expansion of the KLA, which for the first time surpassed the framework, forms, and regional borders of the internal area of Kosovo, Commander Zahir Payaziti stands out. He is the initiator of the growth and expansion of the KLA in the LAP operational subzone. If we turn the page, please, regarding his political affiliation at the time. The bottom of the page in Albanian, please. He says, irrespective of his political affiliation, Zahir never cut ties with individuals dedicated to the national cause. He started working for founding the Youth Parliament, which had its beginnings as a branch in Galab Orlan, and later in 1994, it should say, he founded the Parliamentary Party of Kosovo. Now, the Parliamentary Party of Kosovo was Adem Demaci's party as well, correct?
Yes.
SPOE 000-55792. And we'll get to the issue of who is the general staff at the time these communiques are issued. Now, witness, Judge Gaynor touched upon a question that I want to explore with you a little bit more, which is the information that you're publishing and where it's coming from. Now, the information in these communiques purports to be coming from the central staff of the KLA, which you're publishing, correct?
Yes.
About attacks on police stations and killing of certain individuals, etc., that information necessarily must originate from the ground in Kosovo, correct? If it's accurate. Somebody on the ground needs to be conveying that information so that it can be published in a communique, correct?
I should think so, yes.
You see on the screen here what Mr. Jitia publishes. He says at the beginning of March, which is 98, Rustam Mustafa and Rahman Rama went to Drenica at a work meeting of the KLA General Staff. On 4 March, together with Adam Yashari, Recep Salimi, and Muja Krasniqi, they went to see fighters wounded at the Likoshan battle who were in Tice. In the evening of 4 March, they went to Acharev, in the family of Suleiman Salimi, to discuss about organization. Now, prior to the killing of Adam Yashari was the commander of the KLA on the ground in Kosovo, correct?
After he was killed, I understood this, because before that I did not know who was the commander.
Now, these individuals are also people on the ground, and according to this book, are operating or convening as the general staff, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It's now very clear that this is not related to the judge's questions. The passage being put to the witness at the moment is referring to a period in March of '98. The questions from Judge Metro in particular related to the period of time when the witness was on the editorial board of Zeri Kosovos in Switzerland, which predated his entry there. So any assertions or any questions related to who was on the general staff at this time do not arise from the judge's questions.
And one thing, Mr. Micetic, he repeatedly answered to our question that he did not know who was part of the central staff at the time. I asked him repeatedly, and he denies knowing any of it. Are you trying to impugn him or to make him say who those were?
I just believe I heard the witness say the exact thing you just said, which was that he only learned later that Adam Yashari was the commander, so there's nothing inconsistent with what he told me.
Well, he hasn't said he was a member of the general staff. He has said he was the commander. If you want to suggest he was ever a member of the central staff, you can put that question to him, and we'll see whether we need to follow up with who were the other members.
I'm happy to do that, but there's also no evidence of who was the general staff at the time.
That's my understanding as well. That's the evidence of this witness.
Questioning this witness, ask him.
No, I understand, but if I can also address the point raised by the... I can't hear you.
We still have not got to a communique. This is a lot of material that is not necessary to ask those questions.
With respect, Judge, I think it's essential, and I was about to say that the objection is patently false, because the communique that was put to him is dated 5 March 1998, communique 42.
It was published on the 5th.
Okay, he published it on the 5th. All right. I can't hear you.
Bear in mind that this has to have some relation to what the judge has asked, and so far it hasn't.
I'm sorry, Judge, if you want me to make submissions, but if we're talking about communiques where people purporting to be the general staff are publishing information or issuing communiques.
That was his testimony.
Yes, and I'm just exploring who are we talking about.
He's already said he doesn't know.
Okay.
He said it's just the general staff. I mean, did you listen to his testimony?
I did say, I did listen.
He said he didn't know.
Okay. Well,
I take him at his word, but you can tell him he's a liar if that's what you think.
No, I'm not suggesting he's a liar.
Well, then let's move on.
All right. Do you know any of the individuals on the screen? Rustam Mustafa, Rahman Rama, Adam Yashari. Do you know if any of them were in the LPK?
I know all these names. Rustam Mustafa was with me in the LDK Youth Forum in 94-95. I don't know about Rahman Rama. I understood later that Adam Yashari was a member of the LPK. I do not know about Recep Selimi or Mukrasnici.
Selimi.
I don't know about him either.
Call up communique 42, which is P00154, please. Actually, while that's calling up, I wish to tender that page of Skender Jetia's book and have it added to the existing exhibit, which is P00187, And the page I wish to have admitted is SPOE 000-55792.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, objection on the grounds of the witness didn't add anything to it or didn't say anything that would lead to its admission.
000, the objection's overruled. 000-55792 will be admitted and added to P00187.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to repeat the ERN, it's the page with SPOE 000-55792.
That's correct. Thank you. Now, witness, with respect to this communique that was shown to you by Judge Matro, it says, our armed units undertook a series of attacks against forces of the Serbian police and their collaborators during January and February. And if you go down to the paragraph that begins, throughout January, armed attacks were also launched in Obilic, Delov, near Klin, Ferizaj, and Podujev. And then two lines further down, on 19 February was liquidated at Lujan, near Podujev, the criminal Nebojša Cvijić, a member of the Serbian police force. Now, can you tell us, was Podujev, as far as you understand it, in the lap zone?
Yes.
In the lap zone, would you know at the time, or would you have any reason to disagree with Rustam Mustafa Remy that he was operating or in command of that zone at the time, early 1998?
Look at it.
I don't know about 98.
Šetić, I apologize. Before we move on, I forgot to mention that there's an error in the English on the date. It says the 13th of February 1990, and the Albanian makes it clear it's 1998. I forgot to make that point, and I apologize for interrupting.
No problem. The next paragraph, and this is related to something Judge Gaynor was asking you about whether there had been corrections. You said no. This communique says, the communique containing a threat to the Albanian Prime Minister fabricated by anti-Albanian circles and released in the name of the KLA is not ours and is invalid. Now, that's an example where they did denounce certain communiques, correct? Or at least this one.
I think you have to tell him it's a question, Mr. Mišetić.
Okay. My question is, are you aware or were you ever aware of this communique 42 and an issue that had arisen about publication of a communique that the KLA central staff was disavowing as one of its own?
They would inform us when there were problems, even if we published the document, because at the time we did not have the possibility to communicate directly with the General Staff. If that was not issued or authored by the General Staff, then they would communicate that such information or clarification through fax, the same way as we would receive documents or communiques.
Sticking to that issue, you, as I understand your testimony, you have no idea, as you're sitting in Zeri and Kosovo, whether these communiques are coming directly from the ground in Kosovo, or they're being sent from Albania, or they're being prepared and sent from Switzerland. You have no idea, correct?
We did not know. We received them by fax. We did not know where they came from.
About you having no knowledge of who the members of the General Staff were and whether any of them were members of the General Staff when you were traveling with them into Kosovo. Do you know, or have you heard later, that people became members of the general staff as a...
Yes, Mr. Yes.
I was politely waiting for him to finish the question, but I can object now. This is arising from my direct examination. The matter as to who was traveling with him and whether he knew if they were in the general staff or not was asked by me, and the defense
I did as well,
Mr.
I did as well, Mr. Patch.
Go ahead. The objection's overruled.
And I thank Judge Matro for reminding Mr. Potch. My question, sir, is did you learn at some point later that as a result of the killing of Adam Yashari as the leader, commander, etc., of the KLA on the ground, that there were other people added to the general staff subsequent to the killing of Adam Yashari?
Later, towards the end of the war. But we knew, however, that there were people operating on the ground.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my
Thank you very much. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Your Honours. Only a few follow-up questions.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Bouya, I have a few questions arising from those that were asked by the judges. The first one I want to focus on is Judge Bartha asking you, you will recall some questions about Mr. Richicha and whether he was receiving orders from the General Staff and reporting himself directly to the General Staff. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Out so that we have it clear what was said. Judge Bartha was asking, my question is, how do you know that Mr. Richicha did not receive an order from the General Staff? How can you be sure that he did not receive an order from the staff? And your answer was, I was the zone commander, and based on the rules, as well as the organogram, the intelligence and counterintelligence sector could have reported to the Chief of Staff and the zone commander. So based on that organogram, that was what the reporting line was. So I cannot be 100% sure that there might have been a leak, as it were, but these were the rules. And I do not know of any action of Mr. Richicha's which went beyond the command line of the zone. You recall giving that answer?
Oh.
Yes.
Judge Bartha continued by asking, did Mr. Richicha tell you or did he not tell you that he received or never received an order? Did he tell you that he never received an order, yes or no? And your answer was no, he never said that. And then Judge Bartha continues, thank you. So, in other words, you're assuming, based on the structure of the operational zone and the General Staff, as you have already said a couple of times now, you only assume that he did not receive an order from the General Staff, but you cannot be sure. Is that your evidence? There was then an interruption by myself and some submissions, but you then went on to say, I do not believe that he did, because this was the organogram we had. That's over the page. Do you recall that?
Yes.
One last part so that you have the full picture. When you were asked about Mr. Reticha reporting up to the General Staff, you said that he, as head of intelligence, counterintelligence, had an office. This is at page 79 now, so further down, in the Zone Command. And this makes me believe that he couldn't have reported to somebody else. Also, based on the duties he had, he would have reported to the staff commander and the chief of staff of the zone. Do you remember that answer?
Yes.
Mr. Buya, I just want you to answer, specifically in light of the evidence that you have given and the answers that you provided, what are the factual reasons why you say that Mr. Reticha did not receive any orders from the General Staff and he did not report to the General Staff himself directly?
First of all, we had the organizational structure, which we received from the General Staff. Meaning the Zone Command or the Chief of Zone Staff. We received this from Bislim Zirabi. And based on this organigram, there were reporting lines, who's commanding, how are orders sent or received. Based on this organigram, G2, otherwise the intelligence counterintelligence sector, had the task to report to the chief of staff, but it could also report directly to the zone commander. These were the two reporting tasks. Based on these reports, we operated as based, again, on the information received from the intelligence counterintelligence sector.
Yes, and is it correct that you were in the same office of the zone as Mr. Reticha, so you were with him on a regular basis in the zone office, and also out fighting together on the front lines?
That's correct.
On a regular basis, working with him closely, is that right?
That's right.
So already you knew him well, you trusted him.
Correct, because we served time in Serbian prisons together.
In his actions while you were together all this time, which led you to believe that he was getting orders from anywhere else or reporting outside of the chain of command that you have described. Is that right?
That's right.
You never had any suspicions, did you, that he was going behind your back in some way?
I did not have suspicions. Had I had any suspicions, I would have undertaken measures against him, or I would have probably dismissed the chief.
So is it your evidence that you are confident that in your position as zone commander, you would have known if he was in any way reporting directly to the General Staff or getting orders from them directly to him?
It was impossible for him to do so because the communication devices were at the zone command with me, and to physically go from our zone to another zone or another command, he would have had to ask for my permission. and therefore it was impossible for him to have contacts with the members of the General Staff members during the time period I was in the zone with him.
Then you are confident that he didn't do that?
Yes, I am confident.
Thank you. And I want to ask you in relation to a matter that was raised by Judge Gaynor. The question was put, and this is at page 87, line 11 onwards. Now, given the extremely fluid nature of the conflict at the time, is it correct that there were occasions where the intelligence and counterintelligence staff had to liaise with and coordinate with the military police? And the answer you gave, this possibility to coordinate was through the zone commander, not directly between these two sectors. You remember giving that evidence?
Yes.
Gaynor went on and said, and did you as zone commander ensure that coordination took place between the ZKZ on the one hand and the military police on the other? And you said, yes, sorry, not yes, you just said, this was one of the duties I had as zone commander. I'm just correcting that. This was one of the duties I had as zone commander. I tried to coordinate the actions of all of the units of the Nero-Regime operational zone because this was my duty as well as the duty of the Chief of Staff of the zone. You remember giving that evidence?
Yes.
When you were shown P00648, it was some internal regulations. You remember them being put up on the screen for you?
Yes.
8 or chapter 7, if it was in the Albanian, where you were asked some questions about the military police and its duties.
Could you please repeat the question?
You were asked some questions then about this chapter 7, the military police and its duties. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear for you that these internal regulations are different to the disciplinary regulations that I showed to you earlier and which were shown to you by Mr. Patch as well in his examination in chief. These are different regulations. And I say that because I want to ask whether you have at any stage seen those regulations before they were shown to you today while you were giving your testimony.
Is there a question on the floor?
Yes, I was asking whether you've seen them before. I hope that was clear, witness. Had you seen them before?
No, I hadn't seen before.
What was showed to you today, that particular chapter, that's the first time you've seen those regulations relating to the military police and its duties. Is that right?
To my recollection, this was the first time.
Judge Gaynor then went on to ask you some questions about those regulations when you were going through them. He said, now, am I right in my understanding, therefore, is that the military police were obliged to cooperate with the intelligence services section and also to be absolutely merciless towards those who tried to obstruct or sabotage the liberation war? Is that right? Is that correct? And you said, that's what it says there, but they couldn't have acted without the zone commander or the chief of staff because they were subordinate to their command. They came under their command. Do you remember giving that answer?
Yes.
The question arising is whether or not, as you can remember, you had to coordinate the services of the intelligence sector with those of the military police at any time during your command of the zone. Did you have to fulfill that function at any point?
Yes, certainly.
Could you describe to us what that coordination entailed?
If we received information about a risk posed by the occupying forces, information received from the intelligence, counterintelligence, we would then instruct the police commander or the chief of staff to pay additional attention to that particular position.
Of instructing the police commander in that way.
Could you please repeat the question?
Of instructing the police commander in that way and coordinating those activities.
If I need to describe this, there was a case when an order was disregarded by an entire company of the 2nd Battalion of Brigade 161, and based on the information received by the intelligence, counterintelligence, they were not following the orders, obeying the orders of the brigade commander. Therefore, I asked the military police to go to this company and inquire in relation to the reasons why they were not complying with the orders. And then we took disciplinary measures. However, we were unable to disarm an entire company because this was dangerous. This communication was done through me and the chief of staff.
There is a process whereby you are being consulted as the zone commander to ensure effective coordination. Is that right?
Yes.
So it always had to come through you as the zone commander, as you've described here. It never happened with the sectors coordinating amongst themselves without you knowing. Is that right?
The sectors were coordinated by through the chief of staff, but the sectors with specific units, like the military police unit, went through the zone commander.
Yeah, so either you as the zone commander or the chief of staff were the central points for coordination. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Honours. Those are my further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Roberts?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Ms. Allegendra?
Just one question, Your Honours. Mr. Buya, Zeri Kosovos was published and distributed outside Kosovo, wasn't it?
Zeri Kosovos was published in Switzerland and it was disseminated to countries in the West. In Kosovo, it was very difficult to have it distributed.
That it was not published or circulated like other newspapers in Kosovo, like the Coaditore.
Perhaps a fragment or so of the publication, but the publication itself of Zori Kosovas or its distribution was prohibited in Kosovo.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandra. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you hear me now? Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have just a short comment regarding one observation made by Judge Barta about the witness answering the previous trial in ICTY.
No,
that's not his task.
Because that's not part of your. We have the defense lawyers would raise anything that they have. This is not within your competence.
Because the witness didn't
No.
check properly the.
No, it's not within your competence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bouya, I'm sure you're happy to know that you are finished with your testimony now. Thank you for being with us these last 4 days and giving us your testimony. You will be excused now. You have no further obligation to the court at this time. We wish you well in the future, and once again, thank you, and you may leave the courtroom now with the court usher. We wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Judge, may I say
Mr. Hodai, thank you very much as well.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor to serve as a counsel for a short time in this proceeding. I wish you all good health and hope this proceeding concludes as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to come up at this point? Thank you all for your attendance. Thank you for getting finished with this witness in a timely way. And we will see you in a week on Monday morning, a week from this coming Monday at 9 a.m. Thank you. We're adjourned.
All rise.